girls long jump. I think that's an open event, I do believe, yes. And then the first event on the track is going to be the 4x1s. So I think we're live now on the JTA Facebook page. We're just about to go live on Track Alerts TV. So let me go over to the JTA page and see what's happening over there on the JTA website or the JTA Facebook page. Well, we're live on Facebook, Track Alerts on Facebook. Let me see. I see one comment here on Facebook. Let's see. So Nikhil Rogers says one Portland. So one Portland says Nikhil Rogers on the Facebook page. Let's see if the YouTube page is live. We should be. Let's see. Facebook. We're live on Facebook now. So we're live on Facebook, and as we get going, 91 seconds ago, we already have 54 folks watching. So we already did the roundup in the National Stadium and the sound off of the different parishes. So let's see if we can do the sound off in the chat on YouTube. So just represent for your parish in the chat. Just represent for your parish in the chat. I'll read the comments. Again, once the comments are appropriate, of course, I'll go ahead and read those comments. I see the long jump girls open, just about getting ready to start. The girls marking off their run-up. So that event just about ready to start. And I'm looking to see if the athletes are being marshaled out just yet for the first track event. That's the 4x1 for under 9 girls. So let's go into the chat. I don't think I'm seeing any comments yet. Yeah, here we go. We have some comments. So Favor Ann says St. Thomas Lego. Charmaine McKay says 1 Clarendon. So we have St. Thomas and Clarendon representing. Lexi Alexander says go St. Thomas. So St. Thomas already taking the lead in the comments on the chat. And then we have 2. Cecily Williams says Westmoreland. So Cecily is representing for Westmoreland. White Bonner says morning Jamaica. Morning, Amika Shadat Shalom, blessings Jamaica, watching from Richmond, New York. I hope I pronounced that right. So New York in the chat as well. And Patricia Lawrence says 1 Westmoreland. So Westmoreland joining St. Thomas on 2 representatives. St. Anne's, Shamika Dona says 1 St. Anne. So St. Anne represented in the chat again. Let's see. Barrington Smith says, big up St. James. St. James joining the party. Alric Trail says, St. Catherine all the way. St. Catherine represented. And, of course, Meditation and Devotional Inspiration says 1 Westmoreland. Westmoreland is large and in charge in terms of the representation in a chat. Asha Gay Spence says 1 St. Bess. St. Elizabeth leading, of course, after day 1. And they looked good on the track and certainly good in the field. Rick, New York City JM says Brooklyn in the house. Again, New York being represented. Tamika says, hey, Favor, who you have at St. Thomas? Come on. We don't need to get personal. Sonia Butler says, go Manchester. Manchester represented. Sean says, go St. Anne. Tamika says, 1 St. Mary. Andra Campbell says, St. Elizabeth. And St. Anne again from Sean. Laura Clark says, St. Catherine all the way, watching from North Carolina. So the folks in foreign can watch their respective parishes competing. So Laurel Clark is watching from North Carolina. Samantha Smith says, yes, West are the best. My son is running. Samario Stevens. I look out for that name. Big up St. Anne all the way. Millie says New Jersey is representing. So New Jersey in the house. We have New York and now New Jersey. I think we've gone to Alexander already. He says St. Thomas all the way. Rick says 1 St. Mary, never 2. Trudy and James says Trelawney all the way. Representation coming now for Trelawney. Michelle Thompson says 1 done. Clarendon. AJ Dixon, go Portland. Anika Morris, 1 Westmoreland. Anika Morris says, my niece is running Omika Cooper. I think I saw her yesterday. I definitely saw her yesterday. My good friend, Coaches Dex TV says St. Catherine. Yeah, man, Yuatan. Remember the link, man. So St. Catherine well represented in the chat and on the mic. Lovely Jump Rope says 1 Manchester. And let's see now. Alexander says big up Caneel and O'Neill Walford. 1 St. Thomas. Yes, indeed. I saw Mr. O'Neill Walford yesterday. Had a wonderful run in the 800, if my memory serves me correct. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the Walford brothers, I think, run. St. Anne, don't make them win, you know. And let's go. Naomi Greenland says St. Catherine all the way. And Tamika says 1 St. Bess. Scott says big up St. Anne. Let's go. So big up St. Anne. Let's go. Watching from Turks and Caicos. So the Turks and Caicos now represented in the chat. So we have New York, New Jersey, Turks and Caicos. And Janelle Shan says Grovetown, Manchester. So Manchester represented in the chat. Janelle, how close is Grovetown to Banana Ground? It just popped up in my mind. I want to know, how close is Grovetown, Manchester to Banana Ground, Manchester? It would be interesting to know. And Marie Black says 1 St. Bess. I'm going to skip over some of these comments because folks are representing their parishes more than once. And we go to Tamara Johnson, 1 Don Westmoreland. Okay. Chanel Woolry says 1 Portland. And Miss Donna says, big up yourself, you know, Jessica, Isaac, Zodiac, Bree, Monet, and the rest of the massive straight out of St. Anne. Favor says, sad that the kids from license are not running. Yes, I noticed that. Noticed that yesterday that the licensed athletes were not there. I think we're ready now for the first event on track. So we'll switch over from commentary, chat in the chat, and get to commentary as the athletes now lining up on the track for the first event. So seeing the athletes lining up now for the first event. I'm doing double duties today, so please bear with me as I do double duties. Let's see. So let's get to the first event. Under 9 girls, 4x1. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, athletes all. A reminder that we are just about getting ready now to start the first event on day number 2. That's the girls 4x1, under 9 4x1. If you look to the starting area, you will see that the athletes are already out. So we're asking if you're on the track now, please to clear the track so we can get the first event on the way. So if you're on the track, please clear the track so we can get the athletes out and get the first event on day number 2 off and running. We see the athletes coming out and being lined up. Start, or the first legs are already out, the anchor legs are already out. We're waiting on the third leg runners, second leg runners as well. So if you're on the track, please clear the track so the athletes can be cleared for takeoff. So we have Danielle Banks as well saying, go Portland, watching from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So Canada representing. Kurt Brooks says, why we can't see the jumps? Well, let's see. We have a few cameras here. Let me see if I can get a camera to get to the jumps in just a second, because we want you to have full coverage. So we'll see if we can get a camera focused on the jumps. We'll work on that. No need to worry. So as the athletes get ready, let's give you the lineup. So in lane number 8, we should have St. Elizabeth. I'm seeing them there. Lane number 7, Manchester. Lane number 6 should be St. Catherine. I am seeing St. Catherine represented. Lane number 5 should be Clarendon. No lane number 5 there. Lane number 4, we should have St. Mary. St. Mary is well represented in lane number 4. Lane number 3 should be Trelawney. They're there as well. And we should have had Hanover in lane number 2, not seeing any representation in lane number 2. So we're just about ready to get the first event on track as the second leg runners are now being lined up.
You never said it's dead. It's still a come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, yo, come on, look.
So let's get a check of the boxes. Box 1, are we ready? Box 1 is ready. Box 2 is ready. Box 3 is ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So the first event of day number 2 is off and running. Getting off to a good start. It's Manchester in lane number 7. They're trying to cut the deficit on St. Elizabeth in lane 8. The first change is made clear by Manchester. On the inside coming through as well, it's St. Mary. As they go down the back stretch, it continues to be Manchester who leads. St. Mary trying to track. The second exchange made clean and clear by all teams. Manchester continues to lead. It's day number 2. The heats are heating up. As we come into the final exchange, Manchester continues to lead. St. Mary in second. Can St. Mary do it? This is the anchor leg. St. Mary is coming. Manchester is holding on. Just about 20 meters to go, and Manchester will hold on for victory. She has her hands aloft, happy for victory. Manchester. Oh my word. A reminder, only the winner guaranteed a spot in the finals. The next 6 will be selected via times or make it to the finals via times. The first race is done and dusted, and the under 9s provided much excitement. What a way to start day number 2. Let's give you the official times. So, well, they're still waiting on the official times. So we're still waiting on the official times from heat number 1. Let's give you the lineup for heat number 2 while we wait on the official times from heat number 1. The lineup starts in lane number 8. That's St. James. So St. James represented from lane number 8. In lane number 7, that's St. Thomas. Lane number 6, we should have Westmoreland. Lane number 5 should be St. Andrew. Lane number 4, St. Anne. Portland should be represented from lane number 3. And Kingston should be running out of lane number 2. Looks as if we have a full field for this one. Box 1, are we quite ready? Box 1 is ready. Box 2 is ready. Box 3 is ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter. This is heat number 2 of 2 in the girls. Under 9, 4x100 meters. St. James in lane number 8 has gotten out to a good start. Also going well is St. Anne. The exchange made now by all teams just now. And it might be lane 6, Westmoreland, who is going strong over this second leg. St. James as well continues to go well. The second exchange made now. And St. James in all white might just be leading based on the stagger. Westmoreland in 6 is coming as they come into the final exchange. Exchange made now. And in lane 3, coming through strongly. That is Portland. Portland in 3. St. James in 8. Portland takes it. The flash time, 1 minute 02.70. Portland from the inside. What an anchor leg. So officially now, Portland, the winners, 1 minute 02.70. Winners of heat number 2. Second is St. James, 1 minute 03.34. Westmoreland in third, 1 minute 03.90. All 3 teams seemingly have done enough to get to the finals. Next event on track is the under 9 boys 4x100 meters. We're waiting the anchor legs to be brought out, and while we wait on that, let's give you the lineup. We'll start in lane number 7. So I think we'll have to wait. Yes. So is he St. James coming out? No. So we'll go again. In lane number 8, we have St. James. Lane number 7 will be occupied by St. Thomas. Lane number 6 will have Portland. Lane number 5 will be represented by St. Mary. Westmoreland should be in lane number 4. Kingston will be in lane number 3. And Manchester closes out the lineup in lane number 2. Box 1, are we quite ready? Box 1 is ready. Box 2 is ready. Box 3 is ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Yeah, quick announcement. Representative from the Trelawney group, Trelawney Parish. We're asking a representative from Trelawney to come to the TIC room. That's a representative from the team from Trelawney to come to the TIC room. It's right below the announcer's box. So that's a TIC room. We're ready, Mr. Starter. Over to you. Gun sends them off and running. St. James, who were a late starter, is already off to a flying start. Look at St. James go. Lane 6, Portland, trying to range up as well. The exchange made for both teams now. St. James in the lead. Portland goes a chasing. Lane number 8, lane 6. Also coming into the running, looks like Westmoreland in 4. The exchange is made now. And it continues to be the teams on the outside who are going well. Portland in 6 have the lead. St. James in 8 is chasing. But it's Portland. Look at the little man go. Oh my word. Lane number 5 is coming into second. That is going to be St. Mary. But Portland, the youngsters from Portland are representing. The winners, Portland, time confirmed, 1 minute 00.14. St. Mary in second, 1 minute 02.10. St. Thomas came through for third at 1 minute 02.70. What a run.
Relating to Sha'Carri Jackson. Tell them they must come urgently. Trelawney? So, representative from Trelawney Parish, it's in relation to Sha'Carri Jackson, they must come urgently.
Representative from Trelawney Parish, please come to the TIC room urgently. It's regarding Sha'Carri Jackson. Representative from Trelawney Parish, please, we're begging you, come to the TIC room immediately. It's regarding athlete Sha'Carri Jackson. If you do not know where that is, it's in the grandstand right below the announcer's box. That's a little black box where I'm sitting. That's where the TIC room is, just below the little black box where I'm sitting. We're asking that a representative from the Trelawney Parish come to that room urgently. We're almost ready for the second heat. Let's give you the lineup. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, we have Trelawney. In lane number 7, that's going to be St. Elizabeth. In lane number 6, we have St. Andrew. Lane number 5 is going to be St. Anne. Hanover will be in lane number 4. St. Catherine will represent from lane number 3. And closing out the lineup in lane number 2, that's Clarendon. Box 1 is ready. Box 2, are you ready? Box 2 is ready. Box 3? Box 3 is ready. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Box 3, are you ready? Box 3 is ready. Gun sends them off and running. This is the second heat of the under 9 boys. 4x1. Lane number 6, St. Andrew. Looks to have gotten out to a good start as the first exchange is made now. And they tear down this backstretch. It's St. Andrew who leads. Everyone else is chasing. St. Anne in 5, maybe the closest. The second exchange is made now. And lane 6 continues to pour it on. St. Anne in 5 goes chasing. They come into the final exchange now. Lane 6 continues to lead. 7, that's St. Elizabeth, is coming. Also lane 5, that's St. Anne. As we come into the final 50 meters, look at this run from St. Andrew in 6. There's a battle on for second between St. Elizabeth and St. Anne. St. Elizabeth takes second, but look at the time on the clock for St. Andrew. 58.15, sub 1 minute. Oh my word, that was quick. Time confirmed for St. Andrew now, 58.18. They go into the finals with the quickest time. St. Andrew finishing in second will make the finals with a time of 1 minute 01.64. St. Anne in third, 1 minute 01.73. Looks as if they'll make the finals as well.
If you need me to tap you out 1 point, no problem. But I am here doing my substance. No man, but seriously, if you need help, just buzz me.
Yep, no problem.
If you need a little break, just buzz me.
I'll be buzzing, don't worry.
You have my number, right?
Yeah, I should. So next on track will be the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. So we're still waiting on the athletes to be marshaled out, so we have a little bit of time. So the under 9 category now completed, both on the girls and the boys side. I haven't been able to check into the chat just yet. Let me see what's going on in the chat on track alerts. Let's see that folks are represented for their parishes. We're still waiting on the third legs to come out for the 4x1s on the 11 girls. So in case anyone is wondering, this is the heats. So this is the heats. Just to confirm, thank you coaches Dex. And we'd love to see the babies performing as well. I'll tell you, warms my heart to see the youngsters.
Hello to the announcer.
Announcer here. Go ahead.
Because what we have is not completed. Please enter.
Not a problem. We'll give the lane now.
Hello to the announcer. Call the under 15 boys and girls 4x1 to the call room for me, please.
Under 15 boys and girls. Under 15 boys and girls, please report to the call room. That's the under 15 boys and girls for the 4x100 meters. Under 15 boys and girls for the 4x100 meters, please report to the call room. This is the final call for the under 15 boys and girls to report to the call room for the 4x100 meters. We now have the lineup for the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. This is the heats. Heat number 1 of the girls under 11 4x100 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, we have Clarendon. In lane number 7, Manchester. In lane number 6, Kingston. Trelawney will be in lane number 5. Lane number 4 will have Hanover. Westmoreland will be in lane number 3, and Portland will represent from lane number 2. So lane number 6 is Kingston. We'll go through the lineup again. So 8, it's Clarendon. 7, it's Manchester. 6, it's Kingston. Trelawney in lane number 5. Hanover in lane number 4. Westmoreland in lane number 3. Portland in lane number 2. So Kingston in lane 6. Gunn sends them off and running in the first heat of the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. In lane 5, going out strongly. That looks to be Trelawney. The first exchange is made now. Lane 8 going out strongly. It's Clarendon. Also on the inside, it's Portland and Westmoreland. As the second exchange is made, Portland coming through strongly on the inside. On the outside, Clarendon. We're looking to Manchester as well in lane 7. But it might be the team on the inside, Portland, who has the advantage. And they do. Portland is ahead. Chasing is Manchester and Clarendon. But Portland will take this one. Second, lane number 8, Clarendon. Portland is turning up for the sprints. Sprint Factory, Portland. So the winning time for Portland in heat number 1 of 2 in the girls under 11 4x100 meters. Portland 56.53, the winning time for them. Clarendon in second, 57.84. And Trelawney held on for third at 58.24. Heat number 2 in the under 11 girls 4x100 meters is next on the Roster Athletics app. So Portland in the lower classes or lower age groups are doing very well. I know the Portland people are not going to be happy when I say this, but Portland not necessarily known for its sprinting, but they're showing up here. So let's go with the lane assignments for heat number 2 in the under 11 girls 4x100 meters. Lane number 8, we're going to have St. Catherine. So St. Catherine will represent from lane number 8. Lane number 7, that's got to be St. Thomas. In lane number 6, we'll have St. James. St. Andrew will be in lane number 5. St. Mary will be in lane number 4. In lane number 3, we'll have St. Elizabeth. And lane number 1, that's St. Anne. So again, it's St. Catherine in 8, St. Thomas in 7. So in lane 8, that's St. Catherine. Lane 7, St. Thomas. Lane 6, St. James. Lane 5, St. Andrew. Lane 4, St. Mary. Lane 3, St. Elizabeth. And lane 2, St. Anne. So they're off and running in heat number 2. Can we get sub 55? The team in lane number 7, St. Thomas, is off to a strong start over this first leg. The first exchange for St. Thomas is smooth. As they continue, St. Andrew in 5 is also going well. Second exchange made now. And it might just be St. Thomas who leads ahead of St. Andrew as they come into the final exchange now. It's St. Thomas in 7 and St. Andrew in 5. The battle is on. As we come to the end of this, 55.61, the flash time on the clock. So we wanted sub 55, got 55.61 as a flash time. Let's see. So 55.17 for St. Thomas. The winners. St. Andrew in second, 55.73. And we'll await the rest of the results as we move on to the under 11 boys 4x100 meters heat number 1. So we're making a appeal for the boys and girls 1200 meters finalists to report to the call room. That's a 1200 meters. Boys and girls finalists to report to the call room. After the 4x100 meters, that event is next. And we're asking that the athletes competing in the boys and girls for 1200 meters, please report to the call room. That's the boys and girls 1200 meters, please report to the call room. We're now ready for heat number 1 of the boys under 11 4x100 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, we have St. Mary. In lane number 7, Westmoreland. In lane number 6, that is St. Anne. Portland will be in lane number 5. Lane number 4 will be St. Elizabeth. Hanover will represent from lane number 3. And completing the lineup in lane number 2, we have St. Andrew. Break at the start there. The athletes are called back. Break at the start. Please stop. Please stop. Stop. So this is heat number 1 of the boys. 4 by 100 meters. It's pretty even, but it might be 7. Westmoreland, who has the ascendancy, also coming into the running. St. Anne. The teams on the outside have made a strong start over this first 2 leg. It's close at the exchange. About 5 teams in it. That looks to be in lane 3, Hanover, who's coming through strongly. Actually, that's lane 2, St. Andrew, who's coming through strongly. And lane 2, St. Andrew are ahead. St. Anne in second. But St. Andrew is streaking away with this one. And will take it comfortably. 54.03 the flash time. St. Anne looks to have finished second. St. Elizabeth might have picked up third. So time confirmed now for St. Andrew. 54.05 the winners. St. Elizabeth second, 55.88. Westmoreland third, 56.37. We move now to heat number 2 in the under 11 boys 4 by 100 meters. Let's give you the lineup real quickly. In lane number 8, that's Kingston. In lane number 7, we have St. Catherine. Lane number 6, we'll have Trelawney. Lane number 5, St. Thomas. In lane number 4, we'll have St. James. Lane number 3 will be Manchester, and Clarendon will be in lane number 2. While we await the start of this event, we want to remind the coaches that we are making the final call for the 1200 meters. Boys and girls to report to the call room. 1200 meters. Boys and girls report to the call room, please. The finals is scheduled to get on the way shortly for the 1200 meters. Please send the athletes to the call room for the finals of the 1200 meters. It's the first finals on track. Stop. Gun sends off and running in the second heat of the boys under 11 4 by 100 meters. The second leg is off and running. Might just be lane 6, Trelawney is ahead. The second exchanges are made now. And that's St. Thomas in 5, who's leading. They're being challenged on their inside by St. James. But St. Thomas continues to lead. Clarendon is in the mix-up as well. But St. Thomas will win it. St. James looks to have gotten second, and Clarendon in third. So the time for St. Thomas, 55.35 confirmed. St. James in second, 55.82. Clarendon taking third at 55.96. Next on track will be heat 1 of the under 13 girls 4x100 meters. So let's give you the lineup for heat number 1. In lane number 8, St. Anne. In lane number 7, St. Elizabeth. In lane number 6, St. Andrew. In lane number 5, that's going to be St. Mary. Lane number 4, St. James. Lane number 3, St. Thomas. And in lane number 2, that's going to be St. Catherine. Gun sends them off and running, and St. Anne responds to the gun well. Also coming through, that looks to be St. Andrew in 6. First exchange made safe now, and St. Andrew in 6 starts to storm. On the inside in 3, St. Thomas is going well. Second exchange close. St. Thomas falls over, and that allows St. Andrew to take charge in lane 6. St. Andrew is off to the races on this anchor leg. On the outside, St. Elizabeth in second. On the inside, St. Mary also coming through. St. James is there, but there's no stopping St. Andrew in lane number 6. They take it. St. James in second. The flash time, 51.43 for St. Andrew. They have a super stacked team in the under 13 girls. Confirmed time now for St. Andrew, 51.42. The winners of heat number 1, the under 13 girls 4x100 meters. St. Elizabeth in second, 53.46. And St. James managed to take third with 53.61. Heat number 2, under 13 girls, is up next.
What did check out? And then my Evan not coming in. Some year you want to go. I told the sports person to ensure that you give me some support, either up yourself, because what you want is to like you're calling out the thing and you have to break. Yeah. You can do the commentary.
I'm gonna need a break.
Yeah.
And no one again.
So I told him that. So I'm gonna make sure that I send up. So
yeah, Keys is here. Keys can do a little bit. You say if we need a break, we can.
But how are you?
Yeah.
Yes, make him support you.
Yeah, man, no problem. So we'll give the lineup for heat number 2 of the girls under 13 4x1. Let's give you the lineup. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, we have Westmoreland. In lane number 7, Portland. In lane number 6, Hanover. In lane number 5, Trelawney. In lane number 4, that's going to be Manchester. Lane 3, Kingston. And completing the lineup in lane number 2, we have Clarendon. So it's Westmoreland in 8, Portland in 7, Hanover in 6, Trelawney in 5, Manchester in 4, Kingston in 3, Clarendon in lane number 2. So they're off and running in heat number 2. Under 13 girls, 4x100 meters. On the inside, going well, it looks to be Clarendon. On the outside, Westmoreland and Portland. The first exchange, faulty for Portland, and the baton goes to ground. Manchester is making up ground. Clarendon is in there as well. Westmoreland on the outside. The baton exchanges are close. It's still anyone's race. I'll tell you what, Trelawney coming into it as well. The final exchange coming up now. Done and dusted. Manchester ahead. Westmoreland in second. Clarendon in there as well. Look at Westmoreland making a late charge. Manchester is holding on. Manchester wins it ahead of Westmoreland. The flash time, 52.46. Confirmed no. 52 as 52.47 for Manchester. The winners, Westmoreland in second at 52.82, should be good enough to make the finals, as well as Clarendon in third at 53.41. Tell you what, Trelawney at 53.43 unofficially will also make the finals. Oh, what sweet joy. Next on track, heat 1 of 2 in the boys. Under 13 4x100. But before we get to that, we're asking all athletes, all the finalists for the boys and girls 1200 meters, please to make your way to the call room. The finals will take place shortly, and if you have not reported to the call room, you will not be able to take part in the finals. So please report to the call room for the 1200 meters, boys and girls. We're now ready for heat 1 of the under 13 boys 4x100 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, all the way from the west, we have Hanover. In lane number 7, that's going to be St. Anne. Lane number 6, St. Elizabeth. Portland will be in lane number 5. Lane number 4 will be occupied by Westmoreland. St. Mary will be in lane number 3. And rounding out the lineup in lane number 2, St. Andrew. Hold the race. Box 3. are not seeing anyone in it on the ankle leg. So we're off and running in heat number 1 of the boys 4x1 under 13. St. Mary off to a good start. Also on the outside, Hanover and St. Anne. A stirring run here from St. Elizabeth on the backstretch. Big tall athlete pulls them in front. St. Elizabeth is storming. St. Mary trying to chase. As we come into the final exchange, it's St. Elizabeth in front. St. Mary in second. St. Andrew in third. St. Elizabeth on anchor is going to take this one. 49.63 the flash time. Sub 50 for St. Elizabeth in the first of the 2 heats. Boys 4x100 meters under 13. Confirmed now for St. Elizabeth. 49.63 the winners. St. Mary in second. 50.73. Third, St. Andrew. 51.01.
Call room to the announcer. Can you please say for the under 9 80 meters girls and so that's the 80 meter boys and girls finalists to report to the call room. So both boys and girls 80 meters under 9.
So we're asking the under 9 boys and girls for the 80 meters. Under 9 boys and girls 80 meters. Please report to the call room. Under 9 boys and girls 80 meters finalists. Please report to the call room. So it's Manchester, St. Catherine, St. James, St. Thomas, Kingston, Trelawney, and Clarendon. Out in lane number 7, that looks to be St. Catherine, who's gone off to a good start. The baton is moving with St. Catherine in 7. Look at them go. Oh my word. Second exchange is made. Disaster there for Manchester on the anchor leg. But St. Catherine is moving away from everyone else. That's lane number 5 coming in. St. Thomas wanting to challenge. But St. Catherine is teaming away with this one. St. Catherine from lane number 7. 50.02 the flash time for them. And it looks like Kingston in 4 who comes through for second. So St. Catherine, 50.01 confirmed as the winners. Second, indeed, was Kingston at 51.86 and Clarendon third, 53.47. So we move now to the under 15 girls, 4x100 meters. Heat 1. Again, we're asking that the athletes for the under 9 boys and girls 80 meters, please report to the call room. As the under 9 boys and girls 80 meters finals, please report to the call room. Let's go to the first heat of the under 15 girls 4x100 meters. Lane number 8, we have Manchester. In lane number 7, that's St. Thomas. Lane number 6, it's going to be Trelawney. St. Mary will be in lane number 5. St. Elizabeth will be in lane number 4. Lane 3 should be St. Andrew. And in lane number 2, Portland. Gun sends them off and running. St. Andrew got up to a good start. Also on the outside, Manchester going well. Lane number 6, Trelawney also in the mix-up. The first exchange done and dusted. Manchester having a stirring run down this back stretch. St. Andrew, though, not allowing them to go. Trelawney also in the mix-up. Second exchange made. St. Andrew, Manchester on the outside. Also coming into it looks to be St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth floats by St. Andrew. It's close. Manchester on the outside. St. Andrew on the inside. Manchester. St. Andrew. Manchester. St. Andrew takes the front. Manchester is chasing, but St. Andrew will win it. The flash time, 53.45. This is only the heats. This is only the heats. Oh my word. St. Andrew, the winners confirmed now at 53.49. They booked their tickets to the finals. Manchester will have a good shout of it. They finished second, 53.74, and in third, St. Elizabeth, 54.43. Heat number 1 out of the way. We move now to heat number 2. So, let's give you the lineup for heat number 2. In lane number 8, we should have Clarendon in lane number 8. Again, this is heat 2 of the girls under 15, 4x100 meters. Lane number 7, lane number 7 should be St. Catherine. Lane number 6, Hanover. Lane number 5, we should have St. Anne. St. James will be in lane number 4. Kingston in lane number 3. And Westmoreland will be occupying lane number 2. That's the lineup for heat number 2 of the girls under 15, 4x100 meters. Gun sends them off and running. This is heat number 2. St. Catherine in 7. Gets up to a good start. Also on the inside, Westmoreland is steaming. Let's see the first exchange made safe for all teams. It looks like St. Catherine, though, ahead. Westmoreland goes chasing. As we get done and dusted with the second leg, St. Catherine on the outside, Westmoreland on the inside. St. Anne coming into the reckoning now as we come to the final exchange. St. Catherine, Westmoreland, that's St. James. in third. St. Catherine ahead of Westmoreland. St. James is chasing. St. Catherine, Westmoreland. St. Catherine is ahead. Westmoreland. St. Catherine takes it. 53.75. The flash time might just be St. Catherine ahead of Westmoreland. St. James was chasing hard and might be rewarded with a place in the finals. Let's see what the team from World Class Athletics says. They agree with me. St. Catherine takes it. 53.75, the confirmed time for St. Catherine. Westmoreland in second qualifies to the finals at 54.02. And I do believe St. James in all white will finish third. Yes, they do. 54.17 for third for St. James. They get into the finals. Kingston at 56.01 also gets a non-automatic qualifier, as does Hanover at 56.08. So the first 5 teams in that one made it into the finals. Next event on track, heat number 1. Heat number 1 of the under 15 boys 4x100 meters. So let's give you well. No St. James in this one. They should have been in lane 8. So it's St. Anne, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and St. Catherine on the inside. The teams on the outside, though, are storming. That looks to be St. Anne in 7 and Westmoreland in 6. Also on the inside, St. Catherine having a good run. Looks like Kalani Harris for St. Catherine on that second leg. And he might have put St. Catherine in the lead. There, well and truly in the business here is St. Catherine. St. Anne trying to hold on to their coattails. But St. Catherine is ahead. St. Elizabeth looks to be chasing. This is exciting racing. St. Catherine is ahead. Here comes Westmoreland in 6, but no stopping. St. Catherine, 49.44, the flash time as the anchor leg falls to the track. St. Catherine getting the business done. They have a super team. Again, we're asking the boys and girls. We're asking the under 9 boys and girls to report to the call room for the start of the 80 meters. I say under 9 boys and girls to report to the call room for the finals of the 80 meters. Also asking the boys and girls for the under 11 100 meters to report to the call room. The final call. This is a final call for the under 9 boys and girls to report to the call room for the 80 meters finals. If you're not at the call room, you'll not be allowed to compete in the finals. Announcer here, go ahead. Announcer here, please go ahead.
Get used to it. You know much of the
Let me
detail
take the
yourself.
Sure. Because I find out one is.
Alright, so you want me to 1200?
Yeah, man, I wanted to do the 1200.
I'm for the long distance.
No.
It's a practice. Those are the hardest.
The hardest to pass.
I'll take this last one.
No, not the butchers. You'll take this one? No, me want that one now. One now. Lujan broke the segment. Over here.
Alright, tell you what.
1200 meters, let's see. We have names, it's kind of hard to know them. So we're going to go track side. I need to finish up before I actually.
So heat number 2 is now on track. Let's give you the lineup. In lane number 8, we have let's go again. So lane number 8, Trelawney. Lane number 7, Manchester. Lane number 6, that's Portland. St. Mary will be in lane number 5. St. Andrew in 4, Kingston 3, and Clarendon 2. Gunn sends them off and running in the final 4x1 100 meters heats. On the outside, Trelawney gets a good start. Also going well in 6 is Portland. St. Andrew in 4, looking to come into the reckoning. Second exchange is made now. Manchester in 7 is going strong. Also, Portland is 6 as we come to the final leg now. Exchange made for Manchester, and they're off and about their business. Manchester ahead of Trelawney. Manchester stepping high and stepping through the line. 50.46 the time for Manchester. Trelawney looks to have finished in 2nd. And that will conclude the heats of a 4x100 meters. Manchester winning 50.47. The time confirmed now. Trelawney in 2nd, 51.32. St. Andrew came through for 3rd at 52.41. In 4th, Kingston 52.73. So, the 4x1's concluded, and with that, we're going to see if we can get some middle distances in. The 1200 meters are next. So next on track will be the finals of the Girls Open 1200 meters. Let's give you the athletes who will be competing in this finals. From St. Andrew, we have Trevanique Breckenridge. From Portland, that's Christine Kennedy. From St. Thomas, we have Amelia Anderson. Competing for Clarendon, Rashima Smith. Representing St. Mary, Danique Davis. From Portland, Diashine Witter. Representing St. Elizabeth, Nashanelia Robinson. From St. Thomas, that's Rella Duff. Second representative from St. Elizabeth, that's Marika Cook. And completing the lineup from St. James, Shelly-Ann McPherson. That's the lineup for the girls. Open 1,200 meters. So the gun sends them off and running. And St. Andrew, the two from St. Andrew, go to the front. That's Breckenridge and Daly. Brittany Daly, bronze medalist from primary champs. While this race gets on the way, we want to let the finalists for the boys long jump know that you are supposed to report to the call room. That's the boys long jump. Please report to the call room. Also want to remind the coaches, athletes, and everyone not to run on the football field. Do not go onto the football field. Please walk around. So as we get to the end of the first 400 meters, a group has started to gather here. Includes St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, I do believe that's Daly, and red might be from St. Catherine Rule. So just about 500 meters gone now in this one. And the pace is good. That's the boys under 11 ball throw. Please report to the call room. Under 11 boys ball throw. Please report to the call room, as well as the open long jump finalists. Boys, please report to the call room. So just about 720 meters gone now, and St. Elizabeth looks to have taken to the front. So St. Elizabeth leading now. Actually, St. Elizabeth 1 and 4. As we come to the bell lap now, 2 minutes 41 on the clock. The athlete from St. Elizabeth, that might just be Coke, Marika Coke, is starting to open up that gap. 300 meters to go. The gap now just about 5 meters. St. Elizabeth continues to lead. Do believe that's St. Catherine in second. The gap cut just a bit with 200 meters to go. And the sprint finish is on. The sprint kick is on. St. Elizabeth starts to open that gap up yet again. It was 3 minutes. It was 3 meters just about 20 meters ago. It's now 6 meters. And St. Elizabeth is going again. It looks as if St. Elizabeth has this one. The first track final on day number 2. And St. Elizabeth might be finishing 1-3. They look as if they're secure in first and third. St. Elizabeth wins it. Flash time, 4 minutes 04.76. Athlete in second collapses to the ground as St. Elizabeth comes through for 1-3. St. Andrew comes through for fourth. We'll confirm who finished in second. Do believe that was St. Catherine. So let's confirm. It was indeed Marika Koch who won with a time of 4 minutes 05.68. It was indeed Renisha Rule of St. Catherine in second, 4 minutes 08.21. And from St. Elizabeth, Shanila Robinson, 4 minutes 14.43 in third. So St. Elizabeth 1 and 3. That's 9 and 6. 15 big points for St. Elizabeth.
So we're asking the under-11 cooking ball to the boys, those participants, and go to the call room at this time. Once again, the cooking ball throw for under-11 boys, and go to the call room at this time. There's another call for Luke. Let me get that to you. Also calling for the long jump boys who are in the final. Please go to the call room as well. Long jump boys finalists go to the call room as well.
So let's get to the boys. Open 1200 meters. We'll start with Isaac Downer from St. Anne, who made this final with a time of 3 minutes 52.72. Also making the finals from St. Elizabeth, Janor Watkins. He made the finals with 3 minutes 58.20. From Portland, Dejan Lynch. He made this finals with a time of 3 minutes 59.14. From St. Elizabeth, Ronaldo Smalling. He made this finals with a time of 3 minutes 54.70. From St. Anne, that's Orain Palmer. He made the finals with a time of 4 minutes 01.87. From Trelawney, we have Daniel Fretter, who did 4 minutes 03.76 to make the finals. From St. Thomas, we have Javor Thompson, who did 4 minutes 03.97 to make the finals. Westmoreland's Omar Yetman is going to be in the finals. He did 4 minutes 05.69 in qualifying. From St. Catherine, we also have Jamar Amos, who did 4 minutes 06.67 to make the finals. Ranil Bell will represent Trelawney. He did 4 minutes 09.99 to make the finals. Tevan Benjamin of Clarendon did 4 minutes 10.36 to make the finals. And rounding out the lineup, we have Kirani Powell of Portland, who did 4 minutes 11.09 to make the finals. That's the lineup for the boys open 1200 meters. Guns sends them off and running. It's going to be 3 laps, 3 circuits around the National Stadium. And already it looks to be Isaac Downer, the quickest in qualifying, who takes to the front. There's a pack of about 5, make that 6, who's gone out ahead of everyone else. 200 meters gone. 1,000 meters to come. 2.5 laps left. It's going to be interesting. as Dona in the light blue of St. Anne continues to lead. The two from St. Elizabeth are tracking. That's Watkins and Smalling in second and third. Isaac Dona goes through the first 400 in just about 1 minute 18. The man from St. Anne is not going to be letting up. Isaac Dona. Fastest in qualifying, 3 minute 52.72. Goes to the front again. 600 meters gone, 600 meters to come. There's a pack of 4. That looks to be Amos of St. Catherine at the back of that pack. The two from St. Elizabeth holding on to the coattails of Isaac Downer of St. Anne, not letting him get too far. Downer looks comfortable. He's joined though by the two from St. Elizabeth. 1 lap to go, 2 minutes 36 on the clock. And Downer tries to move again. The two from St. Elizabeth says, "You are not going anywhere, youngster." Downer though kicks again. Amos might be in there as well. It's Downer of St. Anne ahead of the two from St. Elizabeth, who are second and third. St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine via Amos. What a run so far from Downer. 200 meters to go, and he tries to open the gap. The two from St. Elizabeth, can they respond to this kick from Isaac Downer of St. Anne? They turn for home, and St. Anne is ahead. Downer, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine. The second from St. Elizabeth is broken, but St. Anne will win it. There's a mad dash now for the line. Oh my word! It might just have been stolen from Downer. 3 minutes 51.05 on the clock. Oh my word! Let's wait. Let's wait. Let's wait. There's a mad dash for the minor places. But Amos from St. Catherine has stolen it at the line. At the line. Jamar Amos of St. Catherine. 3 minutes 52.19. Amos. Amos. Oh. My word! Youngster, what have you done? Jamar Amos of St. Catherine, like a pickpocket, stealing it at the line. Oh my word. Downer thought he had it wrapped up.
They're fun after a while, you know. If there's much to talk about. If it's active, sometimes it's Thank you so very much, Mr. Nash. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in the National Stadium. Another exciting year of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship. My name is Javon Keys, and I'm adding my voice to the list of voices here in the National Stadium. So our next events on track, we have the 80 meters, the very exciting 80 meters that will be going off. And those are finals, which means important points are being amassed as we get closer and closer to the end of a milestone year for this meet. Let's hear it for 40 years of track and field excellence. Let me hear you make some noise. And we want you to keep the excitement going. Of course, we have the long jump taking place as well, and we hope to give you some updates on that one in a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, on the track now, the 80 meters for under 9 girls, and it is a final. Running out of lane 1, Asia Thompson from St. Catherine. In lane 2, Dana Green, St. Mary. She came in with a time of 12.76. In lane 3, Torian Fuller representing Portland. Her time for qualifying 12.88. Also from Portland, Christina Miller. Her time for qualifying 12.78 seconds. Lenicia Leslie of St. James, 12.74 for qualifying. In lane 5 and coming in with the fastest time of 12.66, Onika Cooper from Westmoreland. In lane 7, Omarian Facey of St. Anne. Her time for qualifying 12.95. And rounding out the field in lane 8, Deandra Robinson of Manchester. Ladies and gentlemen, the 80 meters for under 9 girls. I'm so sorry. Can you go that again? If I'm speaking, you can't be asking me to talk same time. Sorry, go again. Could you go with that again, please? You were saying it while I was speaking. Copy that.
If we get that on back.
Cleanly sent away in 5 star this 80 meters, but they're being stop. They're being called back. A break at the start there. Good movements, but we'll have to have that one go back. The recall gun sent off. But already this one is brewing up to be a cracker. In the meantime, we're asking the 100 meters. Athletes, please make your way to the call room. 100 meters, that's under 11. Boys and girls, please make your way to the call room, as well as under 13. Boys and girls, make your way to the call room. That's the 100 meters. In fact, all 100 meters athletes, all the way up to under 15, please make your way to the call room. We're also inviting the under 13 girls and boys in the 400 meters. Please make your way to the call room. So they're back under the starters instruction for this exciting 80 meters for girls. Finally sent away after the second time of asking. Look at lane 6, that's Cooper. She advances. She looks good, but Miller from Portland is also blisteringly fast. Right there with her is Leslie from St. James. A quick sprint towards the finish line. Lane 5 might have it. Cooper of Westmoreland also there. Let's see, 12.48, that's the flash time. Our record of 11.74 still stands. Let's make some noise for Leslie of St. James. Improving on her time coming in. Her time now, 12.49. Facey, same time. She's in second, representing St. Anne. And third goes to Christina Miller of Portland, 12.53. So winner there, Lenicia Leslie of St. James, 12.49. The win, negative 2.5 meters per second. Valuable points there secured. Now the ladies make way for the gentlemen. In lane 1, representing Portland, Twain Briscoe. In lane 2, Joshua Burton from Westmoreland. It's time for qualifying, 12.31. In lane 3, Daniel Baugh of St. Andrew, 12.42 for qualifying. In lane 4, Amaris Higgins of St. Catherine, 12.45 coming in. In lane 5, Roshane Reed Trelawney, his qualifying time, 12.51. In lane 6, coming in with the fastest time of 12.17 seconds, Nicardo Waugh of St. Andrew. In lane 7, Tyrese Shuttleworth of Trelawney, his qualifying time 12.36. And in lane 8, Aldane Dunkley, St. Mary, 12.70 seconds. 8 presenting the meet record at 10.90. So break at the start once again. We give them some grace. Or under 9s getting their instructions from the starter. So Briscoe, Burton, Baugh, Higgins, Reed, Waugh, Shuttleworth, and Dunkley. Fastest time 12.17 for Waugh in lane 6. Finally sent about their business there. Fairly even start. Reed of Trelawney is present. Waugh of St. Andrew, however, is trying to pull away from the rest, and he's doing so with some work with Reed, trying to stay in the lead, and he does so successfully. Reed of Trelawney upsetting the fastest finisher from the semifinals. That's Waugh, 12.66. That's the flash time. Let's see what's the confirmed time, 12.68. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Roshane Reed of Trelawney. Taking the under 9, 180 meters for boys. Nicardo Waugh of St. Andrew has to settle for second. His time, 12.93. And third, Daniel Baugh of St. Andrew, 13.01. The top 3 finishers from the 80 meters. The win, negative 6.1 meters per second. What a force there. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're encouraging you to go ahead and download the Roster Athletics app. It's in the Google Play and the Apple App Store. That's where you can get all the results live and direct. Of course, our results are being provided by world-class athletics. Fast and accurate results as always. So fast as the race is done, it's right there. So go ahead and keep tabs on all the results by downloading the Roster Athletics app in the Google Play and the Apple App Store. We're shifting gears now to the 100 meters. And the ladies under 11 will be taking center stage. Once again, these are finals, which means that the valuable points are being amassed for each parish as we get closer and closer to crowning our parish champion. While we have the 100 meters for under 11 girls lining up, we're once again inviting all the other 100 meters athletes. If you have not already done so, kindly make your way to the call room. That's all the other 100 meters competitors, as well as the 400 meters for under 13 boys and girls. Please make your way to the call room as we get ready for your event.
Just to also inform you that at around 1 o'clock we should be having the official opening ceremony. And so we're asking the coordinators to also organize your teams so that they will be available in the tunnel on the eastern side of the stadium for the official opening ceremony. That's at 1 o'clock or somewhere near that time.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Nash. And of course, you don't want to miss the official opening ceremony. The under 11 100 meters for girls. In lane 1, representing the parish of Portland, Azalea Facey. Her time for qualifying, 14.93 seconds. In lane 2, Zenith Carby of Portland, 14.52. In lane 3, Antonia Lindsay of St. Andrew, her time for qualifying, 14.15. In lane 4, Deborah Morris of St. James, 14.67 coming in. In lane 5, Marshallee Marshall of St. Catherine, her time, 14.91 seconds. In lane 6, Rihanna Edwards of Trelawney, 14.88 seconds coming in. The fastest qualifying time goes to Kalia Lindsay of Clarendon, 14.83. And rounding out the field of 8, Shamika Blanchard of St. Thomas, 14.88 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the under 11 100 meters for girls. Set about their business there. Fairly good start for Lindsay of St. Andrew as she advances. Trying to catch her is Carby of Portland. James Morris of St. James is also doing some work, but all eyes on lane 3. Lindsay pulling away. 10-meter gap set. Leaving the field, 14.04. That's the flash time. Confirmed to 14.05 seconds. Let's hear some noise for Antonia Lindsay of St. Andrew. 14.54 seconds for Marshall of St. Catherine. And third goes to Morris of St. James, 14.60. So our champion in the 100 meters for under 11 girls, Antonia Lindsay of St. Andrew. The wind, negative 2.6 meters per second. In the meantime, we're inviting all 400 meters athletes. Please make your way to the call room. All competitors in the 400 meters, please please make your way to the call room. That's under 15 and under 13 boys and girls. Please make your way to the call room. After that very stylish finish for the ladies, they now make way for the boys. Ladies and gentlemen, the under 11 100 meters. In lane 1, Javier White of St. Andrew. His time for qualifying, 14.50. In lane 2, Nicaro McKenzie, Clarendon, 14.50 seconds coming in. Running out of lane 3 with a time of 14.31, Deshaun Williams of St. Elizabeth. Running from lane 4, representing the parish of Manchester, Jamario Webb. His time for qualifying, 13.94. He makes way for Keneal Walford of St. Thomas. Qualifying time, 14.35 seconds. Nicardo Dugan of Trelawney is in lane 6. His time for qualifying, 14.30. The fastest time coming in goes to Daniel Carter of St. Andrew, and that time was 14.20. And in lane 8, Niquane Lindsay of St. Catherine, his qualifying time, 14.52. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the under 11 100 meters for boys. Stop, stop. So as the athletes have been recalled, just reminding you in lane 1, White. In 2, Mackenzie, Williams, St. Elizabeth, Webb, Manchester, Walford, St. Thomas, Dugan, Trelawney, Carter of St. Andrew, and Lindsay of St. Catherine. We're also inviting in the meantime all 400 meters competitors, that's under 13 and under 15 boys and girls. Please make your way to the call room. The call room is open for you. That's under 13 and under 15 boys and girls. For the 400 meters, please make your way to the call room. They say 2 times the charm, let's see. Lane 6 had a good start, that's Dugan from Trelawney. Also advancing well is Walford of St. Thomas, running out of lane 5. Fairly even movements towards the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, eyes on lane 5. Walford of St. Thomas. 13.49 seconds, that's a flash time. So Walford securing the victory for St. Thomas. 13.50, that's his time. Nicardo Dugan of Trelawney, 13.61 for second. And Jamario Webb of Manchester, 13.61, also very close finish. The wind, negative 2.3 meters per second. Wrapping things up on the under 11 100 meters for boys. Ladies and gentlemen, our next event on track will be the under 13 girls 100 meters, and Mr. Davian Nugent will take you through those.
So we're ready to go for the under 13 girls 100 meters. This is the finals. We'll start in lane number 1. From St. Catherine, we have Aliyah Royal. In lane number 2, from Manchester, Azamara Fullerton. In lane number 3, from St. James, Crescente Eckerson. In lane number 4, from St. Thomas, that's Demisha Graham. In lane number 5, from Trelawney, that's Janique Nemhard. In lane number 6, from St. Andrew, we have Sante Green. In lane number 7, from St. Andrew, that's Trinice McCullough. And completing the lineup from St. Catherine, Giovanna McKenzie. That's the lineup for the girls under 13, 100 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Nemhard in lane 5 had the fastest time coming in, but it's lane 4, Graham, who goes to the front. St. Thomas versus Trelawney. Trelawney moves to front now, and Trelawney is going to win it in 12.9 through Janique Nemhard. 12.92, the flash time. Let's confirm the time now. But let's tell you the win reading first. Negative 0.3. Janique Nemhard, 12.92. She's from Trelawney. She is the national under 13 champion. Let's hear it for Trelawney. So Demisha Graham, St. Thomas, finishing second, 12.97. And Green of St. Andrew, that's Sante Green of St. Andrew, 13.15 in third. So we move to the boys. So let's give you the lineup for the boys under 13 100 meters. We'll start with lane number 1. In lane number 1, representing Kingston, he did 13.33 to make this finals. That's Jaheim Wilson. In lane number 2, representing St. Mary, he did 13.06 to make this finals. That's Ajani Selke. In lane number 3, from St. Mary, he did 13.21 That's 13.12 to make the finals. Tyler J. Johnson in lane number 4, representing St. Andrew. He had the fastest time in qualifying. That's 12.96. Yohan Blake in lane number 5, representing Trelawney. He did 13.50 to make this finals. That's Cristiano Griffiths in lane number 7, representing St. Elizabeth. He did 13.32 to make this finals. Shaquan Reed, and rounding out the lineup in lane number 8, he did 13.36 to make the finals, representing Westmoreland, Jayton Norman. The lineup for the boys under 13 100 meters. Bell of St. Andrew, fastest in qualifying and already got up to a good start. He's steaming. Here comes Salke of St. Mary. It's a battle to the line between Salke and Bell. It's close. 12.82 St. Mary, St. Andrew. I don't know who won that one. I don't know who won. It's close. It's close. Let's see. The wind speed, negative 1.8. The flash time, 12.80. It's between St. Mary and St. Andrew. We're waiting on the final decision. It was close. Ajani Salke, Yohan Blake, St. Mary, St. Andrew. Can they be separated? The thinnest of margins. We're still waiting. And it's Bell who's gotten it. Bell of St. Andrew gets the win. Yohan Blake, 12.82, is the national champion for the under 13 boys. Salke given the same time, but separated by 1,000th of a second. 12.82 to Salke of St. Mary. They had to go down to the 1,000th of a second, and by 1,000th of a second, that's Bell who gets it. That is extremely, extremely close. Jayton Norman of Westmoreland finishing in third, 13.04. That might be the closest race I've ever seen live. Next on track, it's going to be the under 15 girls finals. Let's give you the lineup for that one. We'll start in lane number 1, representing Portland. She did 14.12 to make this finals. Anelia Russell. In lane number 2, representing St. Catherine, that's Ashania Johnson. She did 14.04 to make the finals. In lane number 3, representing Hanover, she did 13.91 to make the finals. That's Athenia Johnson. In lane number 4, she did 14.45 to make the finals. Representing St. Andrew, Marvina Francis. In lane number 5, representing St. Catherine, she did 13.80 to make this finals. Jejena Foster. In lane number 6, she comes in with the fastest time of 13.55. Representing St. Andrew, Amira Walker. In lane number 7, representing St. James, she did 13.94 to make the finals. Nasia Oates. And completing the lineup From Westmoreland, she did 14.01 to make the finals. Tiara Gavin. That's the lineup for the under 15 girls, 100 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Walker in 6 is the fastest in qualifying, and she gets up to a good start. Can anyone challenge her? Lane number 2, Johnson of St. Catherine is trying, but lane number 6 is going to win it. Walker of St. Andrew, it's close for second. It might just be Francis, might just be a St. Catherine 1-2. The flash time 13.44. We'll confirm who finished second in just a second, but I'll tell you what, St. Andrew with Walker has won it. Confirmed no. Time 13.42. The wind speed negative 2.7. Amira Walker is the under 15 girls 100 meters champion. Let's see if we can get second. Was close at the line for second. Might have been Johnson, might have been Francis. Let's see. Francis of St. Andrew gets it. Marvina Francis 13.66 in second. So 1-2 for St. Andrew. They pick up 16 big points. Maria Walker, 13.42, the champion. Her teammate Marvina Francis, 13.66 in second. Athena Johnson of Hanover in third, 13.66. We had to go down to the thousandth of a second to separate the two. But St. Andrew getting the 1-2 in the end. Hanover finishing in third. That's the top three. The next event on the track promises to be special. Special, special. Let's go to the lineup. We'll start in lane number 1. From St. Anne, he did 13.05 to make this finals. Nathaniel Pasco in lane number 2, he did 12.97 to make this finals, representing Westmoreland. Orlando Headley in lane number 3, he did 13.20 to make this finals, representing St. Anne. Sanjay Lembi. In lane number 4, he did 12.54 to make this finals. That's the fastest into the finals, representing Manchester, Malik Mason. Next to him, from St. Catherine, he did 12.59 to make this finals. That's Keelan Harris. Next to him, he did 13.02 to make this finals. From St. Mary, Dejan Brown. In lane number 6, representing Trelawney, he did 12.98 to make this finals. That's Trevor Josephs. And completing the lineup, in lane number 8, representing St. Elizabeth, he did 13.19 to make this finals. That's Trevane Gause. That's the lineup for the under 15 boys, 100 meters. It promises to be a special, special showdown. Gunn sends them off and running. Malik is the fastest in qualifying. He's in lane 4 and he's already gone to the front. Chasing is Harris. Harris, Malik, oh my word, St. Catherine, Manchester, Malik Mason, Keelan Harris. The time, fast, 12.32. Manchester, Malik Mason, Keelan Harris gets it. The flash time now confirmed, 12.33 for Keelan Harris of St. Catherine. The wind speed, negative 3.8. Your 10s, Angels Primary in St. Catherine was a champion boy at primary champs, and he comes now to win the national under 15 title. Keelan Harris. Malik Mason in second, 12.34. He's from Manchester. And Dejon Brown, 12.76 in third. He's from St. Mary.
Copy that, copy that.
Mic test. Mic test. Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. So while we wait, while we wait, while we wait for the next event on track, which is going to be the 400 meters, we have some exciting news coming in. We have the point standings. Let's start with the team in 14th position. In 14th position with 6 points, Hanover. In 13th position with 11 points, we have Kingston. In 12th position with 17 points, Clarendon. In 11th position on 23 points, St. Mary. We start the top 10. In 10th position on 28 points, St. Thomas. In 9th position on 28.33 points, Manchester. In 8th position on 29 points, St. James. In 7th position on 43 points, St. Anne. In 6th position on 47.5 points, Westmoreland. In 5th position on 51 points, we have Trelawney. In 4th position on 75.5 points, Portland. We start the top 3, and it gets interesting and interesting. Top 3. In 3rd position on 78.83 points, St. Catherine. In 2nd position on 92 points, St. Andrew. And leading on 95.83 points, St. Elizabeth. The lead, 3.83 points, less than 4 points, separates the top 2 parishes. Ding-dong battle inside the National Stadium. St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew. What a matchup. So we have the starting lineup for the finals of the under 13 girls 400 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, she did 1 minute 05.47 to make this finals. Brianna Livermore. Again, she's from St. Anne. In lane number 7, from St. Andrew, she did 1 minute 03.19 to make this finals. Shamira Samuels. She did 1 minute 06.47 to make this finals. She's from St. Andrew. Amira Munsi. In lane number 5, she did 1 minute 07.39 to make this finals. From St. Elizabeth, Shamoy Broden. In lane number 4, she did 1 minute 05.62 to make this finals. Amaria Morris. In lane number 3, from St. Catherine, she did 1 minute 04.16 to make this finals. Nisha Campbell. In lane number 2, from St. James, she did 1 minute 09.34 to make this finals. Akeelia Davis. And completing the lineup, in lane number 1, she did 1 minute 08.33 to make this finals. The Andre Williams. She, again, is from Westmoreland. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Two from St. Andrew, 2 from St. Elizabeth. That is where the championship battle is. The fastest qualifier, Shamira Samuels of St. Andrew. She runs out of lane number 7. Lane 8, Livermore of St. Anne, though, has gone out hard. Also coming into the reckoning from St. Catherine, that's Nisha Campbell. Just about 200 meters gone now, and Samuels makes her move. St. Andrew is chasing championships, and they're ahead in the under 13 girls 400 meters. Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine is ranging up. Livermore of St. Anne, though, is in second. St. Andrew through Samuels is ahead. Can Munsi come and make it 1-3 for St. Andrew? Don't know about that. But in lane number 7, they've won it through Samuels. It's close at the line between Livermore and Munsi for third. Campbell of St. Catherine definitely secured second. The flash time, 1 minute 01.85 for Shamira Samuels of St. Andrew. Big, big points in championship battle. Let's see if we can get the confirmed times and placings. Shamira Samuels, St. Andrew, 1 minute 01.90 is the under 13 girls champion at 400 meters. Nisha Campbell, St. Catherine, 1 minute 03.51. She finishes second. And in third, 1 minute 03.55 from St. Andrew, Amira Munsi. That means St. Andrew 1, 3, 9, and 6. 15 big, big points. That is going to be interesting. We get ready now for the under 13 boys 400 meters. Let's go through the lineup. In lane number 8, he did 1 minute 00.98 to make this finals. representing St. Catherine, Devontae Blackwood. In lane number 7, he did 1 minute 01.60 to make this finals. From Manchester, Aldane Smith. In lane number 6, he did 1 minute 02.65 to make this finals. From St. Andrew, Maurice Hughes. He did 59.59 seconds to make this finals. Only athlete under 1 minute fastest in the finals. From St. Catherine, Ashmore Morrison. He did 1 minute 00.16 to make this finals. Representing St. Andrew, Ajani Price. In lane number 3, he did 1 minute 03.67 to make this finals. Representing Manchester, we have Jayshawn White. Lane number 2, he did 1 minute 04.14 to make this finals. Representing Portland, we have Ricardo Jr. Chambers. In lane number 1, he did 1 minute 04.76 to make this finals. From Portland, Joby Barker. That's the lineup for the boys under 13, 400 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Gun sends them off and running. In this, the under 13 boys, 400 meters. Walker, that's Devontae Walker in lane number 8, representing St. Catherine, gets out to a good start. Coming through in lane number 4 as well, that's Ajani Price of St. Andrew. Ashamore Morrison of St. Catherine yet to show. And as I say that, with 200 meters to go, he responds. Ashamore Morrison of St. Catherine blows by. Hughes on his outside. Here he is. Ashamore Morrison of St. Catherine comes into the lead with just about 50 meters to go. The man from St. Catherine is well ahead. In second, from Manchester, Aldane Smith on the inside in lane 2, coming through Ricardo Chambers. But again, sub 50 for Ashamore Morrison. He completes it in 59.43 to win the flash time. As we see the athlete from St. Andrew, Ajani Price, finishing and ensuring that St. Andrew scores at least 1 point. So the winner, Ashmore Morrison, St. Catherine, 49. So Ashmore Morrison, 59.42, the winner. So St. Catherine securing top spot in the under 13 boys 400 meters. In second, Aldane Jimwayne Smith, 1 minute 01.82. And third, from Portland, we have Ricardo Jr. Chambers at 1 minute 02.56.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the for the boys, cricket ball throw under 9,
So next on track, we'll have the under 15 girls, 400 meters. Let's give you the lineup for that one. We'll start in lane number 8. 1 minute 07.94 to make this final. From Clarendon, we have Titania Bailey. In lane number 7, 1 minute 02.03 to make this finals. The fastest in qualifying, representing St. Catherine, Ashika Talbert. In lane number 6, representing St. Andrew, she did 1 minute 07.13 to make this finals. Rohanna Sargent. In lane number 5, she did 1 minute 03.17 to make this finals, representing St. Catherine, Atilia Husseini. In lane number 4, she did 1 minute 09.82 to make the final, representing Kingston, Jaylene Cook. In lane number 3, she did 1 minute 07.66 to make the finals, representing St. James, Sahara Graham. In lane number 2, she did 1 minute 10.15 to make the finals, representing Portland, Tishana Henry. And completing the lineup, in lane number 1, she did 1 minute 10.23 to make the finals, Shelley Henry. That's the lineup for the under 15 girls 400 meters. So no lane 3, that should have been Graham of St. James, but 7 will go in this finals. And already, Talbert, who had the fastest time in qualifying from St. Catherine, goes to work over the first 200 meters. Bailey Doe responds, also coming through strong from St. Catherine. That's Husseini. Can the St. Catherine girls go 1-2 to score big points for their parish? Husseini might just be ahead based on the stagger. Sargent also in it. On the inside coming through as well. It looks like Henry of Portland. But St. Catherine now steps to front. 1-2. Husseini. Talbert. Talbert comes back at Husseini. St. Catherine. 1-2. Talbert. Husseini. Is Husseini going to take it? Lane 5 takes it. I tell you, Husseini of St. Catherine takes it. Her teammate, Ashika Talbert, in second. 1-2 for St. Catherine. We're now ready for the under 15 boys 400 meters. Let's give you the lineup. We'll start with lane number 7. From St. Elizabeth, he did 1 minute 00.96 to make the finals. That's Jabori Morris. In lane number 6, he did 58.26 to make this finals. Representing St. Catherine, that's Jaden Bailey. In lane number 5, he did 1 minute 02.65 to make the finals. That's Regia Staple of St. Elizabeth. In lane number 4, he did 1 minute 00.58 to make this finals. Representing Westmoreland, that's Daniel Allen. In lane number 3, he did 1 minute 02.54 to make this finals. Representing Manchester, Antonio Beckford. In lane number 2, he did 1 minute 04.22 to make the finals. Representing Portland, that's Keshane Williams. Completing the lineup in lane number 1, he did 1 minute 04.60 to make the finals. Representing Westmoreland, Theo Kane Hines. That's the lineup for the under 15 boys 400. Jaden Bailey of St. Catherine is in lane number 6. Sub 1 minute to make the finals. But on his inside in lane 4, that's Allen of Westmoreland, who's gone out to a maddening first 100 meters and goes to the front based on the stagger. Westmoreland represented well by Allen in lane 4. 200 meters to go, and he's still ahead. He's not letting up. Can Jaden Bailey respond to this run? As they turn into the straightaway, 100 meters to go. Daniel Allen of Westmoreland leads. Here comes Jaden Bailey of St. Catherine. Jaden Bailey steps past Allen just now. Jaden Bailey, St. Catherine, goes to front and wins it 58.35. Daniel Allen of Westmoreland in second. Spirited run from the youngster from Westmoreland. Jaden Bailey, who attends Spanish Town Primary, 58.36, is the national under 15 champion at 400 meters. Sub 1 minute as well for Daniel Allen of Westmoreland, 59.69. Morris, that's Jabori Morris of St. Elizabeth in third, 1 minute 01.44. And I'll tell you what, Staple of St. Elizabeth also finished fourth, 1 minute 02.12. That's going to be interesting when we do the calculations for the point standings. the boys under 15 400 meters. Westmoreland is in 5th on 57.5 points. In 4th position on 94.5 points. Portland will start the top 3. Again, this is after the under 15 boys 400 meters. In 3rd position on 113.83 points, St. Elizabeth. In second on 118 points, St. Andrew. And leading on 121.83 points, St. Catherine. It is a 3-way battle. 10 points or less than 10 points separates the 3 parishes. 8 points, as a matter of fact, separates St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. Oh, what a battle. So, folks, it's an exciting battle in terms of the championship points. 8 points separates St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. So somebody is asking who's leading. St. Catherine is leading. St. Andrew is second. And St. Elizabeth in third. Let's do our chat in the chat. So Asha Gay Spence says St. Elizabeth is leading. Not anymore. They're in third of the 400 meters. Not as kind to them as other events.
Asking the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association.
So if you're hearing me, just indicate. If you're hearing me, if you're hearing my voice, just indicate that you're hearing me. So again, it's a 3-way battle. Top 3 teams separated by just 8 points. At the top, St. Catherine 21. That's a 121.83 points. Second, St. Andrew 118 points. And third, St. Elizabeth 113.83 points. 8 points. 8 points separates the top 3. So top 3 separated by 8 points. Anthony Dawson says, I believe in St. Elizabeth. Patricia just letting me know that she's hearing me, which is good. So it is exciting. You know, I was asked a question yesterday who I think will win. And I said, it doesn't matter to me who wins. What matters is competition and ensuring that we have a close competition. And I could not have envisioned a situation such that we're having today, where we have 3 teams, not one team running away with it, not 2 teams battling it out for top spot, but 3 teams battling it out. 3 teams, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, and St. Elizabeth. The Saints have it. Oh my word, the Saints have it. So if you're wondering what is happening, there's about a 40-minute break now as the opening ceremony happens. The teams are at the Marathon Tunnel. Might be at the McDonald Tunnel, I'm not sure. But they're going to be brought out in their order for the opening ceremony. Just JJ says, my brother is Westmoreland. Just JJ, who's your brother? Tell us. So we can big him up. Unlimited Addictions reminding us that he is hearing. Also Nufflet. So happy to know that you guys are hearing me. Avani Johnson says, one, shake one, read. Anthony Davis says, what happened to St. Elizabeth? It's simple. The 400 meters happened. The St. Catherine team and the St. Andrew team did very well in the 400 meters. So it was kind of a one-sided affair when it came to the 400 meters. St. Catherine, let me tell you who won. So let me go back so we can show you what happened to St. Elizabeth, because we want to be clear and concise. So we'll start with the under 15 boys, for example. So under 15 boys won by Jaden Bailey. Look out for that youngster. He's going to be a star shortly. He attends Spanish Town Primary now. Understand that he might be going somewhere to North Street. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure. I'm just hearing that. Might be wrong. So Jaden Bailey, St. Catherine, won the under 15 boys 400 meters. So that's St. Catherine, one winner there. Tilia Hosseini won on the under 15 girls 400 meters. Her teammate Ashika Talbert finished second. So 1-2 for St. Catherine in the under 15 girls. So they won the under 15 boys, finished 1-2 in the under 15 girls 400 meters. Under 13 boys 400 meters, Ashmore Morrison, he won the under 15. No, not the under 15, the under 13 boys. So Ashmore Morrison won the under 13 boys 400 meters, right? So that's 3 wins in the 400 meters for St. Catherine. Under 13 girls won by Shamira Samuels, Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine finishing second, Amir Munsi of St. Andrew finishing third. So 1-3 for St. Andrew. So St. Andrew dominating there. We go to we just did, yeah, so that's the 400 meters. So St. Andrew 1-3 in the under 13 girls. They scored points as well in the other categories. St. Catherine winning 3 of the 4 400 meters to Morrison, Ashmore Morrison, Jaden Bailey, and Shamir Samuels. So with those 400 meters, the points racking up in the 400 meters, and St. Elizabeth not managing to score as many points as those other teams, it meant that St. Elizabeth would have lost the lead to St. Catherine. So Mr. Richmond says, Jaden Bailey, I'm a brother. So Mr. Richmond, is he going to North Street? Is Jaden Bailey going to North Street? Tell us. We'll keep a secret. I've heard things, but I'm not sure. Somebody says, how many races left? I'll check on that. My daughter is St. Andrew. That's Shan Maz. Dalilah Brown says, Jaden Bailey is goated. Yep, he's pretty good. Tixie Dixon says, one Tierra Gavin. Am I pronouncing that right, by the way? Is it Tierra? You can tell me if I'm pronouncing it right, Tixie Dixon. What happened to St. James? I'll check on that. They were in a couple of finals and they didn't show up, so I'll find out what happened. Amari Scott run as yet for St. Catherine. Yes, she did the 400 meters, I think, under 13 girls. Tiny Nova says 26 races left. I'll trust you, 26 races left. So someone says, congratulations to my student, Ricardo Chambers. Yes, Team Portland. And he has the correct name for track and field, Ricardo Chambers, my good friend, Ricardo Chambers. So Ricardo Chambers bronze in the 400 meters. I think under 13. I'll check on it. Under 13, under 15. I'll check on it. So let's go again. Hearing in Rochester, New York. So yes, we're live with the audio. Jaden is going to Kingston College. That's what I heard, Richmond. That he was going to North Street. So I guess what I was hearing confirmed no by someone who is the brother, and will trust you, of Jaden Bailey, saying that he's going to Kingston College. So now Brown says the top school in St. Thomas is out. That's licensed, by the way. I know St. Thomas would be leading by many points right now. I think they would be right up there, definitely, with the talent from license gone. It's going to be difficult for St. Thomas to defend the crown. Anthony Davis says one Kimoni from St. Elizabeth. Marvali says St. Elizabeth is going to take it home. I'm not going to doubt that, because they have some representatives to come and they have strong areas to come. Unlimited Addiction says thanks to Tiny Nova, which she let us know we have 26 races to come. Samantha Smith says I'm overseas watching on my TV. Can you shout out to Samario Stevens, letting him know his mommy is watching? So Samario Stevens, mommy is watching. So Cheyenne Meyer says big up Scarlett. I think Richie Scarlett of St. Andrew, or Scarlett. So Richie Scarlett out from St. Andrew. So now Brown says may the best team battle it out for the win. That's what I say as well. No bias. We're just waiting on the best team to win. And Tixie Dixon says big up my daughter Tiara Gavin. And again, Mr. Richmond confirms that Jaden Bailey is going to KC. And let's see again. I'll let one know. Find out and let us know what Rochelle Rose. What do you want to know? And Rochelle Rose says, come on, St. James. Oh, you want to know what happened with St. James? I'll check on that. So we'll check on that. And we'll go to Unlimited Addictions. Big up Trelawney. Tiny Nova is big it up DeJounte Newton. And Henry's family says Shane Chambers runners yet. St. Catherine, I think, yep. I'm pretty sure that athlete did run the 400 meters. Remember, it's YouTube, so you can always just rewind and go and watch it. What position is Amari Scott in? Let me tell you what. Let me go back into the 400s to see. So Scott, I'll start with the under 13 and see if we can find Scott. Scott. So I'm not seeing Scott, but I'll check on it. So we'll check on it. But let's go back to the chat. Amoya says, go Portland. Novia Scott says, 1 St. Catherine, never 2. St. Catherine leading, by the way. Shelly-Ann Richard says, 1 KC. Let me go down, see if I can get more comments here. As the parade of the parishes happens. So, see if I can expand the chat here. Tish Cindy is watching from Portland. Dwight Bonner says Fortis for life. Michael Sadler says, what are the point standings at this time? We gave the point standings a short while ago. I'll give them again. But I can tell you the top three. St. Catherine leading 121.83 points. St. Andrew second, 118 points. And in third, St. Elizabeth, 113.83 points. Tixie Dixon says, I'm overseas. Shout out here, Gavin, my daughter. Anthony Lewis says, one Ariana Lewis, St. Andrew, and halfway tree primary. So, halfway tree primary. And Ariana Lewis, yeah, I've seen her competing all season. And I'll tell you what, I was at primary champs and she finished joint top performer for her age group. And she walked past me and she said, sir, next year I'm going to be on the top by myself. I'm going to be the sole champion girl next year. Patricia Hayes says, shout out Johnny Williams for me. Tell him his cousin Andre loves him to the moon and back. I'm proud of him. So let's go again. Anthony Dawson says, are they going to run? No, we're at the opening ceremonies. So we're at the opening ceremonies. Unlimited Addiction says, big up Omar Williams. Rachel Rose, Wagwan for St. James. Again, we'll check on that. Big up Amara Scott from St. Catherine. Big up to Rai Benjamin from Clarendon. Oh, we're getting all the names now. So everybody just decide to stay home and watch the athletes on track alerts. We don't mind, you know. We don't mind. We know some of you live far and you may not be able to make it into Kingston. So we don't mind you staying at home and watching the athletics. Roxanne Brown says Jamaica's athletics is in good hands. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Okay, Roxanne Michael says big up Revon Hudson, my son, watching from the UK. Yasmin Tibby says shout out to Natalia Tibby, under 15 from Manchester, auntie watching baby. And Dean Ma says my niece is there from St. Elizabeth. You go girls. St. Elizabeth Technical coming September. Yeah man, Stets the thing there. If you're a St. Elizabeth athlete, you want to go to Stets. Ricky, the God chosen says one St. Catherine, you know. Just JJ, big up Tyrese Farquharson. Big sis is here. Chin says watching from Portland. Screaming for my cousin near. Let's go back to what's happening where Sabrina Spence says big up Nenicia from St. James, mommy watching from US. So we have a lot of folks watching from the States, from UK, from Canada. Why you never come at Central Champs? I'll tell you why I wasn't at Central Champs. I'm going to get in trouble for that, you know. I'm going to tell you why I wasn't at Central Champs. So, I contacted folks and asked that I be included as the announcer for Western Champs, Eastern Champs, Central Champs, all of the regional champs. I was available. I was free. I could have been there. And just didn't happen. In terms of Track Alerts TV, it's an interesting situation because we want to be at the meets, but we have to be funded. We have to, first of all, secure the funding to ensure that we're able to broadcast the event to a certain level. That funding was not available for any of the regional championships. The only team that has really come on with us this year for the youngsters is the JTA Sagicor folks, and they've come on and they've said we're going to work with you, and we say thank you to them for coming on and working with Track Alerts TV and ensuring that we're able to broadcast this to the folks here from Canada, from the United States, from the UK. And again, I'm going to get myself in trouble, but I'm a kind of person where I really don't care. I talk it as it is. It is what it is. We weren't contracted to carry those meets as hard as we tried. We didn't get the kind of sponsorship and the kind of funding that would have been needed for us to broadcast those championships. So if you didn't see us there and you didn't hear me as the announcer, it's because somebody made the decision that we should not be there, or they don't have the funds or the money to have us there. Let's put it that way. So Unlimited Addiction says, proud of all these athletes. You did great, guys. Absolutely. Everyone did great. Everyone did great. Shaunae says 1 St. Elizabeth, not 2. And somebody's asking what time we get back on track. We're scheduled to get back on track at 2:35. I doubt that will happen. I think we might go over that time. Might go to 2:45 or so. Tian Wilson says, big up my grandson Quahim from St. Elizabeth. You got my support. Yes, he does. And Tixie Dixon reminding us she's watching from the United States, Connecticut to be exact. Mommy, big up the teachers and coaches. So what about the announcer? Big up the announcer too, no? Especially announcer who's a teacher as well. Guys don't know that. I'm a teacher. I'm a math and science teacher. I teach math and science. So Amari Walker, Mommy loves you. That's coming from Vanessa Finletter. Tierney Nova says, can they hear you? No, they can't. I'm just reading out the comments, and if you want to come back later and have the athletes read the comments, they can do so, as it will be available on the Track Alerts YouTube channel, so they can come back and read or listen to the comments that we make. So you just mark down the time in the broadcast that we made a comment, and you can always have the athletes come back later to YouTube to just listen. And of course, I'm the stadium announcer, so I can big up a few folks when I get the opportunity. Chin says, big up Nisha Brown from Portland. Wow, lots of bigging up going on now. Finally, somebody said, big up the announcer. Big up the announcer. I've been working by myself, practically by myself, since yesterday. We had Dwight Fraser early in the morning yesterday, did a couple of hours with me. And then I did all the work after that. After 2 o'clock, I was by myself until close. I've been on by myself for most of the day today. Javon Keys passing through to give me some help. So, yeah, man, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself in the chat. Big up all our, big up the announcer. You know? It's a tough job. Many people don't know how tough a job it is. It's not easy any at all. It's a lot of stress for you to be talking for 6, 7, 8 hours and to maintain the energy, maintain the vibe, and maintain everything that goes into announcing. So Tixie Dixon says, big up the teachers and coaches, proud of the athletes. So as a teacher, may I get a next big up? So may I get big up as announcer, may I get big up as teacher? Yeah, because big up the teachers them too, you know. Big up the coaches, big up the chaperones. The folks who are not necessarily teachers or coaches, but they're here ensuring that the kids remain safe. Some of them coming as far away as Westmoreland and Hanover, St. James and Portland, St. Thomas. So they're coming from a distance away, and you need to have the chaperones here to ensure that they stay safe when they get into Kingston. And Shericka Williams Burton says, so proud of my son Joshua Burton. Yeah, man, I saw Joshua, you know. I definitely did see Joshua. And Unlimited Addiction says, big up yourself, announcer and teacher. You're doing an awesome job. Yeah, man. Awesome as teacher, awesome as announcer. I'm proud of me. And Chin says, repping for my cousin Marisha from Portland. And Mikhail Green says, big up Kimani and the under 15 4x100 team. And Rashane Henry says, big up Portland and Tishana Henry, my daughter. So, lots of parents. I see another big up coming for Therese Farquharson. Another big up for athlete Omarion Facey. I think I saw him as well. And somebody says, did you know that it's 449 live on the YouTube channel? Well, I'll tell you what, it's 454 now live on the YouTube channel. I think we're also live on the JTA Facebook page. Oh my word, someone saying hello. I'm proud of you, baby. So yeah, you know, it's interesting to see some of these names. Very interesting to see some of these names, because it was 5 minutes ago I was calling these names, and then I see in the chat mommy, daddy, cousin, brother, sister, auntie, uncle saying big up this athlete. And I know I just saw that athlete on track. So it means that auntie, mommy, daddy, brother, sister, uncle, cousin, friend, neighbor, everybody is tuning in to watch these athletes who are competing on track. And it brings great joy to myself and the Track Alerts team to know that we can bring you action wherever you are, whether you're like Tixie Dixon and you're in Connecticut, or you're in Calgary, Canada, or you're in UK, or wherever in the world you are. You can tune in to Track Alerts TV and watch the youngsters. As we said, some of them young as under nines competing. Right, so it's important. Yes, indeed. This meet has indeed produced many great athletes. You know, everybody's talking about the Clayton twins now. How many people know that the Clayton twins started right here? Right here. And the Clayton twins, by the way, from Westmoreland. Brianna Liston was in that group with the Clayton twins. So was, I'm trying to remember her name, a first leg on the under 20 world record team. Oh my word. She went to Edwin Allen. I know her name, it's just not popping up into my head. I know somebody's going to shout the name and I'm going to like, oh, could I ever forgot? A long jumper, sprinter combo. She was here as well. Not to misdirect the point, but lots of our athletes who are coming through now. Daniel England. So let's go. Daniel England was here. Let's go. Let's go. Serena Cole, that's the name. Oh God. So I knew somebody was going to, and everybody does say Serena Cole now. Everybody coming up. Serena Cole. Yes. Serena Cole. She was here as well. The Clayton twins, Brianna Liston, you name them, they started here. So it's a meet where talent is identified and developed. So we're getting ready for the 150 VCB. You want a bigger name than that? Than VCB? Olympic gold medalist? VCB Simone Facey? Oh my word. Oh my word. VCB Veronica Campbell Brown ran here. She was Veronica Campbell then. Ran here. This is the breeding ground of champions. Yes, indeed. So, meet opened now. The official opening ceremony almost completed. I'm so happy that JTA reached out to me and asked me to be at this meet. So happy.
We are going to ask the president to once again just add those indication of the other sponsors that we did not mention. We're going to ask him to do that for us at this time.
And Dan Wilson says, big up yourself, commentator and teachers. You're doing a wonderful job. Yasmin Tibi says, big up Daniel from Westmoreland. I'm from Manchester, living in Westmoreland, rep both parishes. So, Yasmin Tibi is working for Westmoreland and Manchester. So, yeah, all the parishes represented. And you see the athletes looking so energetic, so ready for the world to come to take on the world. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break because I think my voice is starting to go now. So I'm going to rest my voice a little bit. So if you don't hear from me for the next 5 minutes, I apologize. Have to rest my voice. I have a long rest of the day to come, and it's going to be myself only for the rest of the meet. And I don't want my voice to go while I announce what's happening for the rest of the day. So I'll just take a quick 5-minute break and be back with you. If we're not ready for the next event, we'll come back to chat in the chat, but I'll take a quick 5-minute break. let's get back to the track. We'll start with the under 9 girls. 150 meters. This is the final. And we'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, she did 24.09 to make the finals. From St. James, Lenicia Leslie. In lane number 7, she did 24.94 to make the finals. From St. Anne, we have Alric Williams. In lane number 6, she comes in with the fastest time of 23.62. She's from Portland, Christina Miller. In lane number 5, she did 24.41 to make this finals. She's from St. Catherine, Natalia Horton. In lane number 4, she did 25.24 to make the finals. That's Dinah Green of St. Mary. In lane number 3, she did 24.43 to make this finals. She's representing St. Anne. That's Omarian Fissy. In lane number 2, she did 24.88 to make this finals. She's representing Trelawney. Canisia Harty. And completing the lineup in lane number 1, she did 25.31 to make the finals. She's representing Manchester, Rihanna Gardner. That's the lineup for the under 9 girls, 150 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Gunn sends them off and running. The fastest qualifier in lane 6 from Portland, but it's lane 4, Green of St. Mary, who takes to the front. Also in 3, St. Anne is going strong. Just about 50 meters to go, and Facey of St. Anne is holding on. Facey of St. Anne will come through to win it. Flash time, 23.91. She falls to the track, but she is your under 9 champion, national champion at 150 meters. Next on track, we're running through these now. The boys, under 9, 150 meters. Let's give you the lineup. In lane number 8, he did 24.03 to make it into the finals. Representing St. Anne, we have Dijon Elliott. In lane number 7, he did 23.89 to make it into this finals. Representing St. Catherine, Amris Higgins. In lane number 6, he did 23.06, the fastest time in qualifying, representing St. Andrew, Daniel Baugh. In lane number 5, he did 23.64 to make it to the finals, representing St. James, Joel Daly. In lane number 4, his mommy is in the chat on track alerts. He did 23.90 to make it into this finals, representing Westmoreland, Joshua Burton. In lane number 3, he did 23.95 to make it into the finals, representing Hanover, Nathan Lewis. In lane number 2, 24.19 to make it into the finals, representing St. Elizabeth, Quahim Lawson. And completing the lineup, 24.04 to make it into the finals, representing St. Andrew, Nathan Waugh. That's the lineup for the under 9 150 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So, in lane number 6, the fastest time coming in. He's already out and running from St. Andrew. St. Andrew is leading. And he comes to the line now to win it from lane number 6. 23.59 is the flash time. The winner of the under 9 boys 150 meters from St. Andrew. That's Daniel Barr. Time confirmed now, 23.59. Wind speed, negative 5.4. Joel Daly of St. James, second, 23.85. And Joshua Burton, third, 24.08. Don't call me back, don't come back because you're going to cut up. Send me a message. Yeah, man, that work. So next on the lineup is the under 11 girls 200 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. She did 31.11 to make this finals, representing Trelawney. Rihanna Edwards in lane number 7. She did 31.31 to make the finals, representing St. Andrew. Chrisanne Butter in lane number 6. She did 30.42 to make the finals, representing St. Thomas. Shamika Blanchard in lane number 5. She did 29.98 to make the finals, the fastest and only sub 30-second clocking, representing St. Andrew. And Toya Lindsay in lane number 4. She did 31.33 to make the finals, representing Trelawney. Shamoya Fox in lane number 3. She did 30.42 to make the finals, representing Clarendon. Arisha Henry in lane number 2, representing St. James. She did 31.45 to make the finals. Deborah J. Morris. And completing the lineup, she did 31.44 to make the finals. From St. Catherine, Shadelia Gale. That's the lineup for the under 11 girls 200 meters. Gunn sends them off and running. Lindsay in 5 is the fastest in qualifying. St. Andrew chasing championship honors. And Lindsay already out and ahead. Also in lane number 2 going strong. That's Morris of St. James. But Lindsay of St. Andrew is ahead and pulling away from everyone else. Coming through in lane 3, that looks to be Henry, but there's no denying the winner. And Toya Lindsay of St. Andrew, another sub 30 clocking, the flash time 29.69. Wind speed negative 2.0. The winner, Lindsay of St. Andrew, 29.69. Henry of Clarendon did in fact come through for second, 30.40. And Blanchard of St. Thomas in third, 30.52. Next up will be the boys under 11, 200 meters. We're asking the representatives or the coaches, chaperones from St. Thomas to please exit the cycle track. Please exit the cycle track. If you are a representative from St. Thomas, you're being asked to exit the cycle track. Please return to the stands. Please, we're begging, we're asking. Let's go back to the lineup for the under 11 boys 200 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, he did 29.74 to make the finals. Representing St. Andrew, that's Daniel Carter. In lane number 7, he did 28.47 to make the finals. That's Keneal Walford. He is representing St. Thomas. In lane number 6, he did 28.39 to make the finals, representing Manchester, Jamario Webb. In lane number 5, he did 29.56 to make the finals, representing Kingston. That's Timoy Hines. In lane number 4, he did 29.50 to make the finals, representing St. Andrew, Javier White. In lane number 4, he did 29.55 to make the finals, representing St. Thomas, Keshorn Williams. In lane number 2, he did 29.72 to make the finals, Sha'Carri Green. And in lane number 1, he did 29.68 to make the finals, representing St. Catherine, that's Vaughn Chambers. Lineup for the boys under 11 200 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So they're off and running in the boys under 11 200 meters. Webb of Manchester has gotten up to a good start. On his outside, Walford is challenging. On the inside, Chambers also coming through. Webb, Walford, St. Thomas, Manchester. Walford as St. Thomas goes to front and looks like he'll win it. It's close for second, but no doubting, Keneal Walford of St. Thomas has taken it. The wind speed, negative 1.5. Let's see. Let's see. Keneal Walford, St. Thomas, 28.47, the winner. In second, Jamario Webb of Manchester, 28.96. And from St. Andrew, Javier White with 28.97. We'll move to the under 13 girls now. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, from St. Andrew, we have Shamira Samuels. In lane number 7, representing St. Thomas, Demisha Graham. In lane number 6, representing Portland, that's Kayla Edwards. In lane number 5, representing St. Catherine, that's Nisha Campbell. In lane number 4, representing St. Elizabeth, Alicia Salmon. In lane number 3, representing Trelawney, Janique Nemhard. In lane number 2, representing St. Andrew, Ariana Lewis. In lane number 1, representing St. Mary, Lena Johnson. That's the lineup for the under 13 girls 200 meters. Gunn sends them off and running in the finals of the under 13 girls 200 meters. Let's look to lane number 7. That's Graham of St. Thomas, who has gotten out ahead of this field. Everyone comes a chasing. Lane number 5, that's Nisha Campbell, also going well. Lane 5, Nisha Campbell takes the front for St. Catherine and comes through to win it. The flash time, 26.46 for Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine. The wind speed, negative 3.0. The confirmed time for Nisha Campbell of St. Catherine, 26.47. Demisha Graham of St. Thomas in second, 26.98. And Janique Nemhard of Trelawney, 27.04 in third. It's now time for the under 13 boys 200 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. From St. Andrew, we have Ajani Price. In lane number 7, representing St. Elizabeth, Jamar Jones. In lane number 6, representing St. Mary, Tyler J. Johnson. In lane number 5, the 400 champion, representing St. Catherine, that's Ashamore Morrison. In lane number 4, representing St. Anne, that's Zidane Lewis. In lane number 3, representing St. Andrew, Javon Bell. Lane 3, representing St. Anne, Demario Finnegan. And the lineup is completed by Ricardo Granville of St. Catherine in lane number 1. That's the lineup for the under 13 boys, 200 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Gun sends them off and running. The 400 champion is trying to do the double. He's in lane number 5. He has on his outside, though, Johnson of St. Mary, who's going well. Also from St. Elizabeth, that's Jamar Jones. But the 400 champion goes to front now. Ashmore Morrison of St. Catherine is a double champion. He points to the clock. Sub 26 for Morrison of St. Catherine. Big points for St. Catherine, who are chasing championship honors. So Ashmore Morrison of St. Catherine, the winner, 25.97 confirmed now. The wind speed negative 1.9. Jamar Jones of St. Elizabeth second, 26.42. And Lewis of St. Anne in third, 27.23. We go now to the under 15 girls, 200 meters. We'll start in lane number 8, representing St. Andrew, Marvina Francis. In lane number 7, representing St. Andrew as well, Amaria Walker. In lane number 6, representing St. Catherine, Atilia Hosseini. In lane number 5, representing St. James, Nasea Oates. In lane number 4, representing St. James, Aliyah Russell. And in lane number 3, representing St. Catherine, Jeshane Foster. In lane number 2, representing Portland, Anelia Russell. And completing the lineup in lane number 1, Kayleen Cook of Kingston. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Gun sends them off and running. Fastest in qualifying, Walker of St. Andrew in lane 7. And she goes out strong. Her teammate on her outside, on her inside, that looks to be Oates of St. James. Oates of St. James goes to front. Can Walker catch her? Oates is ahead of Walker. Oates will win it ahead of the field. Looks like Walker in second. Nasea Oates of St. James takes it. The flash time 27.27. Confirmed now for St. James. Someone was asking what happened to St. James. Well, they just won. The under 15 girls 200 meters. Wind speed confirmed now at negative 1.6. Nasea Oates, St. James 27.99. Your winner, Amaria Walker of St. Andrew 28.18. Held on for second, Hosseini Atelia Hosseini of St. Catherine, 28.21 in third. Now for the big one. We'll start the lineup in lane number 8, representing Westmoreland. That's Daniel Allen. In lane number 7, representing Manchester, that's Malik Mason. In lane number 6, perhaps the favorite, representing St. Catherine, that's Keelan Harris. In lane number 5, representing Westmoreland, Orlando Headley. In lane number 4, representing Trelawney, Javier Josephs. In lane number 3, from St. Mary, Deshaun Brown. In lane number 2, from St. Andrew, Jacon Scott. And in lane number 1, representing St. James, Almar Sterling. That's the lineup for the boys under 15, 200 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Gun sends them off and running. Can Keelan Harris complete the double? He's in lane number 6, but he's being challenged by Headley in 5. Can Harris in 6 come to front? He does so now. Keelan Harris of St. Catherine is coming through to take this one. 25.16 for Harris. Might just be Malik Mason of Manchester in second, and the late charging Deshaun Brown of St. Mary might have gotten third. The wind speed confirmed now, negative 3.1. The winner, Keelan Harris of St. Catherine at 25.16. Second, Malik Mason, Manchester, 25.40. And Deshaun Brown did in fact get third. He's from St. Mary, 25.52. Daniel Allen, Westmoreland fourth, 25.58. Next event on track is the girls 800 meters open, scheduled for just about 20 minutes from now. So folks, if you're hearing my voice, I'm gone. I'm not gone. I'm still here with you. I'm trying to get the point standings. Just run down to my room to check on the point standings. So I'll have the point standings in just a second. Joanne, something already? Yeah. Mr. Music Man. Mr. Music Man. Give me a second. I'm inside the National Stadium. I have the latest point standings. Only the 800 meters to come. And then the relays. We're getting to that point where we'll know who is the national champion. Let me give you the updates. Hold it. And we're going to run it. In 14th position on points. Hanover. In 13th position on 19 points. Kingston. In 12th position on 29 points. Clarendon will go to number 11. 11th position on 52 points. St. Mary was it? Top 8. St. Thomas. Come on, man, St. Thomas. Let me hear again. You're in top 10. So that's St. Thomas. In 9th position, just 1 point ahead on 59 points. It's St. James. No St. James? There we go. In 8th, on 67 points. From Trelawney. Come on, Clinton. Represent. Position on 79.33 points. Manchester. Yeah, man, Manchester is in the house. Let's go to top 5. Top 5. Top 5. We'll start the top 5 on 80.5 points. Westmoreland. Westmoreland in the house. Westmoreland in the house. Let's go to 4th position. In 4th position on 120.5 points. Portland! Come on, Portland, let's hear you. Portland in the house. Portland in the house. There's a ding-dong battle for top 3. In 3rd position. 3rd position. 145.83 points. St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth, 3rd. They led coming in today, number 2. Let's go to 2nd position. 2nd position. On 188 points. St. Andrew. St. Andrew. It's close. It's close. It's close. It's close. Leading on 194.83 points. St. Catherine, let me hear you. St. Catherine, watch it. St. Catherine, let me hear you.
7.83 points separates the top two parishes inside the National Stadium, the Mecca, the Medina of Jamaica's track and field. Less than 7 points. Oh my word. It is close. It is desperately close. St. Andrew, St. Catherine. Oh my word. We are going to the relays. This is how a championships should be decided. St. Catherine leading 6.83 points. Back to you, Mr. Music Man. Let's get this party on the road. That was a lot, folks. That was a lot. Oof. I'm tired. But it was worth it. A little cardio and getting the crowd excited about the competition. So again, 3 parishes have separated themselves. And I can say 2 parishes have separated themselves. St. Andrew and St. Catherine at the top, the lead. Less than 7 points for St. Catherine. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all ends. But I think it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. There's an invitational race going on.
my word. Oh my word, that was close. Was it VCB? Or was it the Interport representative on the outside? Let's see. Veronica Campbell-Brown turning back the hands of time. Reminder, she would have competed here as an athlete as well at these championships. So this is where it all started.
We invite the finalists, top 3, long jump, sponsored by Girls Open, sponsored by JTA to make their way to the
Whew. Aye, aye. So I think we're good on the audio. Yeah, VCB, Veronica Campbell-Brown did very well there. Turning back the hands of time. 1 VCB, never 2. That's the truth. Yeah, thank you for the person who is saying thank you to Track Alerts for the coverage. Yeah, we really have fun at these events. Hey, people are getting married in the chat. People are getting What is going on? I cannot manage. What you said to me? People, Track Alerts done their thing platform. What is this? This is surprising. No, I'm kind of stressed out. I'm stressed out. Let me remain professional on this stream because I can't manage these folks in the chat feature. They're absolutely the best. So folks, let's get back to the track and field. The next event on track is going to be the girls 800 meters open. I think this is an opportunity for St. Elizabeth to get back in it, although St. Andrew do have 2 representatives and St. Catherine does have a representative as well. So this event scheduled to start at 2:50. It's now 2:48. And we'll get the lineup in just a second. Okay, Mr. Music Man, we're just about ready for the next event. We're just about ready. We're just about ready. So we're just about ready now for the next event on track. That's going to be the girls 80-meter open, not 80, but 800 meters open. Let's go ahead and give you the lineup for that event. Only 7 will take part, and we start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, representing St. Anne, Raquelia Campbell. In lane number 7, representing St. Andrew, that's Brittany Daly. In lane number 6, representing St. Elizabeth, Tiandra Vassell. In lane number 5, representing St. Catherine, Sincere Lewis. In lane number 4, representing St. Elizabeth, Amaria Morris. In lane number 3, representing St. Andrew, Trevanique Breckenridge. And completing the gun sends them about their business. And this is going to be interesting. Brittany Daly of St. Andrew makes an early move. Also from St. Catherine, there is Sincere Lewis. Looks as if Sincere Lewis has taken to the front for St. Catherine. St. Catherine ahead. The 2 from St. Elizabeth are chasing. That's Vassell and Morris. Still anyone's race with just about 250 meters gone in this one. St. Catherine, though, is at front, being tracked all the time by the 2 from St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth comes to the shoulder of St. Catherine. It's stride for stride as they get to the tape, to the line, that is, to 1 minute 14 on the clock as they go through the first 400 meters. Chrisanie Kennedy of Portland in that front 4. That includes Sincere Lewis of St. Catherine and the 2 from St. Elizabeth. That's Morris and Vassell of St. Andrew, who's gone into 5th. But with 200 meters to go, it's still the 4. 2 from St. Elizabeth, 1 from St. Catherine, 1 from Portland. 150 meters to go. No one has St. Catherine with Lewis tries to respond. There's a maddening dash over the last 50 meters. St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine. St. Elizabeth will win it. St. Catherine in 2nd. Chrisanie Kennedy of Portland in 3rd. And St. Elizabeth in 4th. St. Andrew might have just gotten 5th and 6th. That's going to be interesting. Next on track, it's going to be the boys open 800 meters. This is a battle that you do not want to miss. I promise you. I promise you. This is going to be good. So let's confirm the winners, or confirm the times on the girls' side. So Amaria Morris of St. Elizabeth, she won the open girls 800 meters with 2 minutes 32.27. In second was indeed Sincere Lewis of St. Catherine with 2 minutes 32.49. Christine Kennedy of Portland finished third, 2 minutes 35.25. And Tiandra Vassell of St. Elizabeth finishing in fourth, 2 minutes 38.36. In fifth was Brittany Daly of St. Andrew, 2 minutes 44 dead. Trevanique Breckenridge of St. Andrew did in fact get sixth with 2 minutes 45.08. And seventh, Raquelia Campbell of St. Anne in 2 minutes 45.18. Now for the special one. We'll start with lane number 8. He broke the record at the primary championships. Has gone 2 minutes 26.19 in qualifying from St. Catherine. That's Jamario Dawkins. In lane number 7, representing St. Andrew, we have Jamario Simpson. In lane number 6, from St. Elizabeth, we have Laverne Wayne. In lane number 5, from Kingston, Javanio Erskines. In lane number 4, from St. Anne, we have Isaac Downer. In lane number 3, also from St. Catherine, we have Jamar Amos. In lane number 2, from Manchester, that's Jordan Newman. And in lane number 1, we have Devontae Newton. That's the lineup for the boys 800 meters open finals. Over to you, Mr. Starter. This is a battle to decide who the best is at 800 meters in the island. Simpson of St. Andrew takes it out hard over the first 100 meters. Trying to go with him, it's Newman of Manchester. Also coming into the mix, that looks to be Amos, Jamar Amos. Isaac Downer of St. Anne also in the mix-up. The first 200 meters is nippy. Different. Downer is up front as he was in the 1200 meters. Amos in second. The man from St. Elizabeth, Wayne, moves to second now as they go through the first 400 in 109. Downer is ahead. That's Downer of St. Anne. So St. Anne leads it ahead of St. Elizabeth. St. Catherine in second. That looks to be the black of St. That's actually Kingston. The black of Kingston, that's Erskines. In fourth now. 200 meters to go. And Downer still leads it. Laverne Wayne of St. Elizabeth, though, is stalking. St. Catherine in third and fourth. Dawkins of St. Catherine wants to join the argument. But up front, there's a battle brewing between Downer and Wayne. St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, St. Anne. St. Anne is holding on. Downer was denied in the 1200 meters. He will not be denied in the 800 meters. 2 minutes 18.09
0.53 from the man from St. Anne to win it. There's a battle on as well for 7th. So Isaac Downer, St. Anne, confirmed a very quick time. 2 minutes 19.52. Oh my word. Second from St. Elizabeth, Levane Wade with 2 minutes 20.87. So St. Anne winning. St. Elizabeth in second. Amos did come through for third. That's Amos of St. Catherine with 2 minutes 22.83. His teammate Dawkins, Jamario Dawkins of St. Catherine, fourth, 2 minutes 23.77. Let's see if we can get the other minor places here. Of Kingston finished in sixth, 2 minutes 30.32. Newton of St. Mary, 2 minutes 36.42, did in fact finish seventh. And that means that Jamario Simpson of St. Andrew, 2 minutes 36.89, finished in eighth.
Sponsored by JTA Credit Union. The presentation will be done by Marketing White, Assistant Marketing Marketing and PR Officer. In third place, Sha'Carri Miller, Manchester. Second place, Teresa Brown, St. Andrew. And in first place, Malika Sheridan, St. Catherine. Presentation will be done by Kirani James. So we are now first place goes to St. Catherine. Malika Sheridan. And so we invite them all to step up and deliver their awards. Sponsored by JTA Corp. Credit Union. Next team, we invite the 100-meter girls unparalleled medalists. In third place, St. James, Deborah Jamori. Not there, we move along to second place, St. Catherine, Marshalline Marshall. And in first place, St. Andrew and Toya Lindsay. Sagicor, the presentation will be made by Willard Brown, CEO of Sagicor Live. And let's come together. Yes, thank you. The next
So, folks, if you're wondering, we're still here. I'm just trying to rest my voice as best as possible because the relays are coming and the relays will decide what happens in terms of the winners of these championships. So, pick up yourselves, folks, in the chat. I see a mummy of, I say a big her up for the 200 meters run. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. I've had some names that I know I haven't pronounced correctly. I'm tired, folks. I've been working non-stop for the last 2 days trying to keep the energy up, trying to keep the commentary up, and it's difficult sometimes, but we're doing the best we can. So if I mispronounce a child's name, I apologize in advance. I really do. I try to do the best that I can do to ensure that we get the names correctly and keep the excitement going. So chat in the chat. The next thing on the cards is going to be the relays, the 4x100 meters. We have 565 now watching, so 565 watching. Wondering if we can get it to 800 meters for the, I say 800 meters, 800 viewers for the relays. So please like, share, subscribe, tell a neighbor, tell a friend. They can come on to the live coverage from Track Alerts on YouTube, also on the JTA page. That's a JTA's page on Facebook. So that's a JTA's page on Facebook. You can watch it from either locations, the JTA's page or right here on Track Alerts. I think we also have a stream going on the Track Alerts Facebook page. So it's all over the net. So tell a neighbor, tell a friend, tell them to come and watch. And if you're on the YouTube channel, you can go over to the JTA page and go ahead and give some comments, give some views and likes as well on the JTA page, because we want them to know that when Track Alerts comes out, we bring the viewers, we bring the fans. We don't want it to be 1 and 2 persons on the JTA page only. We want everybody to go over there and share and like on the JTA page as well. So we can be here next year streaming live from the National Stadium. I'm sure you guys have enjoyed the coverage so far. We're going to kick into another gear as we get into the race, because this is not over. St. Andrew is going to come back at St. Catherine. There's a battle that's going to be brewing between St. Andrew and St. Catherine. Someone asking if it's just the relays that are left. I think that is the case. I'll refer to the schedule. So the schedule has a prep school girls invitational, class 3 girls invitational. So there are a number of invitational races for the prep schools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 invitational races. The invitational races scheduled to start at 3:10, which is just about now, and to end at 3:35. Then there's another break of about of about 20 minutes. I was distracted there for a second. And then we go to the under 9 girls 4x100 meters, the under 9 boys 400 meters, 4x100 meters. Again, I'm being distracted. Somebody just letting me get some information. So it's a 4x100 meters, and then the sprint medleys. Those are all that is left in terms of the events that will be scored at the championships. So the events that will be scored: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 events that will be scored left. And all 10 of those events will be relays. So under 9 boys and girls, under 11 boys and girls, that's 2 and 2, 4. Under 13 boys and girls, and under 15 boys and girls. Again, 2 and 2, 4, so 4 and 4, 8. And then we have the medley, sprint medley for boys and girls. That's 9 and 10. So 10 events to be scored. However, as I said, there are some invitational races on the lineup. I'm not seeing any athletes coming out for those invitational races. It's scheduled to start the invitational races at 3:10, which is 2 minutes ago. And again, I'm not seeing any athletes being marshaled out. So I'm not sure if that's still on the schedule. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 invitational races on the schedule. Those will not be scored. Those are prep school events. And those are on the schedule. But I'm not seeing any athletes being marshaled out yet. So theoretically, there are 16 races to come. 10 that will be scored, 6 that will not be scored. Again, the invitational races, I'm not seeing anyone yet being marshaled out.
So listen up, it's now time for presentation, and we need to move with alacrity. We invite the representative from Sagicor once more to make the presentation for the 100 meters girls under 13 and 100 meters boys under
So I'm not sure. I haven't been given any information just yet on the medley, right? Not the medley, on the invitational. Sorry, folks, I'm tired. But we haven't been given any information yet on the invitational races, whether or not they will take place, yes or no. But there are 6 invitational races on the schedule. Rain, is there going to be rain? I'm looking out from the commentary box. I'm not seeing any rain. That might change. It changes really quickly here inside the National Stadium. But from what I'm seeing, we're having sunshine right now. And it's relatively bright sunshine. So I'm not too worried about rain right now. Yeah, there's not much rain. There's not much rain about. If you're looking at the track now, it's actually getting a little bit brighter inside the National Stadium. All right. I'm also looking, hopefully, when I get finished with this meet with the JTA Sagicor meet, there's so much happening right now inside the facilities. Independence Park, there's so much happening because at the National Arena, the JCF is having an expo. I tried going over there early this morning before the start of the meet, but unfortunately they weren't quite ready. Went there very early. They weren't quite ready. So if I have some time at the end of this meet, I might just go over to the JCF expo and take a look at what is happening over there in terms of the JCF. There's also a swim meet going on at the Aquatic Center. So as you can imagine, the National Stadium car park is filled to capacity. 3 different events all happening at the same time. The JCF having their expo, JTA Sagicor having their national championships, and of course the Aquatics Center being used for a swim meet. So lots and lots happening inside the Independence Park facilities. In terms of the break, is it necessary? Maybe necessary, maybe. Yeah, I think it's necessary. Here's why I'm going to say it's necessary. Because a lot of these parishes, they don't have a lot of athletes. And we just had the completion of the 200 meters. So you don't want them to run straight from the 200 meters into the 4x1s. So want to give them a little bit of a break between the 200 meters and the 4x100 meters. So I think that is why the break was built in. It wasn't, well, it shouldn't have been a break. We should have had some invitational races. We should have had 6 invitational races to take up the space that we're having now. So you should have been watching races from the invitational side of things from the prep schools. I'm not sure why it didn't happen, but at this point, there's a little bit of a break, and there's going to be another little bit of a break, about 20 minutes at the end of the 4x100 meters. And of course, your commentator, your announcer, we're going to hot up the place. When that finish, we're going to give point standings and bag of things and run up and down inside the National Stadium and make sure everybody is entertained for that 20 minutes before we get to the final 2 races, the medleys. So, no need to worry. Yeah, the babies need recovery time. You don't want to be running the athletes event after event after event. And the way it is set up, if there's no break, they're going to be running event after event after event. I mean, I'm up here and all I'm doing is I'm tired. I'm talking and I'm tired. I'm beat. I got in yesterday pretty early after the meet. I got in about 7:30, and by 9 I was absolutely tired. I couldn't go anymore. Had a shower, had something to eat, and I was absolutely out. And I didn't get up again until 7:30, thereabouts, and had to rush here to National Stadium. I was so tired. I was extremely tired, and all I was doing yesterday was talking. Wasn't doing any running up and down and jumping up and down. I was just sitting here talking. So I can just imagine how tired these babies are. We have to remember, it's children. It's children. So we have to give them the opportunity to get some rest in between the races. Yeah, man, Marcia says the right thing. Like up the stream, man. Like up the thing. Like it up. Like, share, subscribe.
Thanks to the person who had secured the item over in St. Thomas side here yesterday. We want to say thanks to you.
Yeah, man, you can run go do some important things. Today is Saturday. You know, cook some soup in between. After the babies them finish run, you can go, I don't know, peel piece of yam and peel one piece of pumpkin, put in a little soup, you know. Or you can maybe, you know, in between. So we want to have some break for the babies, but you can use the opportunity to do some work at home. So yeah, man, everything perfect. And of course, it also gives us the opportunity to ensure that the athletes get their medals. So they're being highlighted at the medal podium and getting their highlight. I'll tell you what, folks, my voice is starting to go. As I said, it's been 2 days straight of me pretty much doing this by myself. I had some help yesterday with Dwight Fraser in the morning, and also this morning I had Javon Keys giving me a little bit of help this morning, but I've been at this since yesterday, all day, so my voice is starting to go a little bit, and I know when I'm done with this, I'll have no voice left. I'll be voiceless for at least a couple of days until my vocals recover. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take a break, a quick 5-minute break. Excuse me, I'll take a quick 5-minute break and try to get some refreshment on board. And when I do that, I'll have myself refreshed to come back for the relays, because the relays promise to be special.
who's debuted. Are you ready up top?
I'm indeed ready. I'm indeed ready. I'm indeed ready.
You're indeed ready. You did hear that. All right, so what are we to expect coming up now? Tell us about that. And then if needs be, we'll come back downstairs. Over to you.
So let us inform those who are watching or those who are at the National Stadium the next event on track, the next scoring event on track should be the girls under 9 4x100 meters. So the girls under 9 4x100 meters should be the next event on track. There were a couple of invitational races that should have happened. I'm not seeing those out there. So the next event on track should be the girls under 9 4x100 meters. I'll also let those who are at the National Stadium know that there are a total of 10 scored races to come. So 10 scored races to come. All of those will be relays. We'll have under 9 boys and girls 4x100 meters. Under 11 boys and girls 4x100 meters. Under 13 boys and girls 4x100 meters. And we'll end the 4x100 meters with the under 15 boys and girls taking us into the medley, where we'll have 2 medley races. Firstly on the girls' side and secondly on the boys' side. So 10 races to come, 8 4x1s and 2 medley races to come to decide who is a national champion for 2025. While we get ready for that, we do have some point standings. I'll provide the point standings though when we get closer, a little bit closer to the start of the 400 of the 4x100 meters. Don't want to give those out just yet, but I'll tell you what, there's been a slight change in what is happening at the top. So we'll come back probably in another 10 minutes or so and give you the full point standings with the 14 parishes and where they are in terms of the point standings. But as I said, expect a little bit of a shake-up at the top. There has been some interesting developments at the top. A shift, let's say that, a shift. There has been a shift. So we'll leave the National Stadium in a little bit of suspense for the next 10 minutes while everyone tries to figure out what the shift is. So we'll give you the point standings at about 3:40. We'll give you those point standings so you can know what the shift is in terms of what's happening at the top.
The 40-meter girls under 13, also sponsored by the JTA Cooperative. The following persons in third position: Amira Munzi from St. Andrew, Nisha Campbell from St. Catherine, Shamira Samuel from St. Andrew. Please come by trackside for medal presentation. And the final one that I'd like to announce at this time is the 400 meters for girls under 15, sponsored by JT Cooperative Credit Union. The following person: Roshani Sargent from St. Andrew, Ashika Talbot from St. Catherine, Atalia Usani from St. Catherine. The activity is sponsored by the JT Cooperative Credit Union. Come by trackside so we can marshal you for presentation. Give me one moment, announcers. 400 meters under 15 boys, sponsored by JT Cooperative Credit Union. Jaboy Morris from St. Elizabeth, Daniel Allen from Westmoreland, and Jaden Bailey from St. Catherine. Please make your way to the trackside for medal presentation. At this time, I'm going to be handing it over to the announcers upstairs, and they will tell you about what's coming up next.
So we're just getting ready now for the start of the 4x100 meters. We'll start with the under 9 girls. But before we get to that, we do have the point standings. We promised you those point standings. And we'll start with the team in 14th position. In 14th position on 10 points, we have Hanover. In 13th position on 22 points, that's Kingston. In 12th position on 29 points, that's Clarendon. In 11th position on 54 points, we have St. Mary. In 10th position on 58 points, that's St. Thomas. 9th position on 59 points, that's St. James. Trelawney is 8th on 67 points. In 7th position on 80.5 points, Westmoreland. In 6th position on 83.33 points, Manchester. We'll start the top 5 on 85 points. In 5th, it's St. Anne. In 4th position on 126.5 points, that's Portland. In 3rd position on 166.83 points, St. Elizabeth. In 2nd position on 196 points, that is St. Andrew. And leading on 112.83 points, that's St. Catherine. 16.83 points ahead as we head into the relays. So let's give you the lineup for the first relay on track. That's the girls under 9, 4x100 meters. All finals from here. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, St. Anne. In lane number 7, that's Manchester. In lane number 6, we have St. Mary. In lane number 5, Portland. In lane number 4, St. James. In lane number 3, Westmoreland. In lane number 2, St. Andrew. And lane number 1, Trelawney. Gun sends them off and running. St. Andrew is going to operate from lane number 2. No St. Catherine in this one, so an opportunity for them to score big points. But on the outside, St. Anne has gone off to a storming start. They make the exchange. St. Mary also in the mix-up. Manchester is coming through. Lane 1, Trelawney is going well as well. As they come to the second exchange, let's see who makes it first. Looks to be Manchester. It's close though. Trelawney on the inside also in the mix-up. On the inside of Manchester, that's St. Mary in 6. The battle is hot as we come to the final exchange. Manchester, St. Mary in 3 as well. It's Westmoreland. The battle though up front on the outer lanes, Manchester and St. Mary. Manchester steps to front and separates herself. Arms aloft. She goes through the line. 1 minute 03.31. The time not important. The win is, and the manner in which it was done, reminiscent of one athlete in 2008 going through the line and beating his chest. This time, arms held aloft, 10 meters out. Manchester. 1 minute 03.32. The winners, Trelawney in second, 1 minute 04.07, and St. James in third, 1 minute 04.07. We'll go to the boys. Let's give you the lineup. We'll start the lineup in lane number 8. In lane number 8, that's St. Mary. In lane number 7, St. Anne. In lane number 6, Portland. In lane number 5, St. Andrew. In lane number 6, St. Elizabeth. In lane number 3, St. Catherine. St. Thomas is in lane number 2, and completing the lineup is Hanover in lane number 1. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Box 1 is not quite ready, Mr. Starter. Box 1 is now ready. Box 2 is ready. Box 3 is ready. Gun sends them off and running. The fastest in qualifying was St. Andrew. They're operating from lane number 5, and they're already off to a quick start. Changes safe, and St. Andrew is storming. On the outside, that looks to be St. Mary. St. Andrew having a good run here. They came into the relay 16.23 points behind, and they're storming around the third leg and dominating this relay. This is the under 9 boys 4x100 meters. The exchange made now for St. Andrew, and they're off and running. Portland in 6 comes into second. St. Andrew will win it. 59.18 is the flash time for St. Andrew as they come through the tape there. Let's see the confirmed time. St. Andrew, the winners, The confirmed time, 59.19. Portland in second, 1 minute 00.96. St. Mary in third, 1 minute 01.27. So next on track, it's the girls under 11, 4x100 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. In lane number 8, they come in with a time of 58.18. St. Catherine. In lane number 7, they come in with a time of 57.84 in qualifying. St. Elizabeth. In lane number 6, they come in with the fastest time, 55.17 seconds. In lane number 6, St. Thomas. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 56.53. Portland. In lane number 4, they come in with the second fastest time of 55.73. St. Andrew. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 57.84. That's Clarendon. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 58.24. That's Trelawney. And rounding out the lineup, in lane number 1, they come in with a time of 58.36. That's Manchester. Box 2, are you ready? Box 2 is ready. All the boxes are ready, Mr. Starter. Gun sends them off and running. The battle for championships is still hot. Lane number 8, St. Catherine gets out to a good start. This is a storming leg from St. Catherine. St. Andrew also going well. Also in 2, it's Trelawney. The first exchange is made and the second leg is on the way. St. Catherine continues to do well. Also in 6, that's St. Thomas. St. Andrew also in the mix-up as the second exchange is made now. It's still close between 3 or 4 teams as we come into the final changeover. It's lane number 6 who has the ascendancy. That's St. Thomas. Also on their inside, St. Andrew. St. Thomas, though, is ahead of St. Andrew. St. Catherine on the outside. St. Thomas, head aloft, goes through the line. 55.77. St. Thomas takes it. St. Andrew looks to be second. And St. Catherine a close third. So the winners, St. Thomas 55.77, confirmed now on the roster app. In second, we have St. Andrew 55.94. In third, we have St. Catherine 56.06.
See that woman there down there, so them 3 days in the blow? Yeah, right. And
And you can talk like we know, specifically speaking to the St. Thomas person who just did it.
Yeah. So we're asking that the chaperones, the coaches, the adults on the cycle track who are stopping the athletes in motion as they come through the line, please do not do that. You can injure the athletes. They're still in motion. So we know you're excited, but don't stop them as they come through the line. We just saw an incident specifically with St. Thomas, and we don't want to see that again. You can injure the athletes as they come through the line, and we don't want that. These are our future athletes. We want them to be able to compete for Jamaica in future. So, next on track, it's going to be the boys under 11 4x100 meters. We'll start the lineup with lane number 8. In lane number 8, they come in with a time of 55.96. That's Clarendon. In lane number 7, they come in with a time of 54.05. That is St. Andrew. They actually have the fastest time out of lane number 7 in qualifying. In lane number 6, they come in with a time of 55.82. That's St. James. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 55.35. St. Thomas. In lane number 4, they come in with a time of 55.88. St. Anne. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 56.04. Trelawney. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 56.36. Westmoreland. And in lane number 1, they come in with a time of 56.44. That's St. Elizabeth. That's the lineup. While we wait on that, we're asking that the folks on the cycle track please relocate to the stands. As the folks on the cycle track, please relocate to the stands. We should not be seeing anyone on the cycle track. Please relocate to the stands. The battle for championships is still on. It's still close at the top. St. Anne in lane number 7 has gotten out to a good start. Also 4, that's St. Anne, who is steaming. The first exchange is made. St. Anne continues to run a good one. On their outside, that's Clarendon. St. Anne still in it. The second exchange made now. And St. Andrew might just have the advantage as they come around the bend. Final exchange about to be made now. And it's St. Anne who made that exchange first. And they're off and about their business. St. Thomas also coming on the outside. Clarendon. Clarendon is flying on the outside, trying to get to second. St. Andrew is going to win it. The time is fast. 53.93, just outside the record. 53.46. St. Andrew, that was a show. The time confirmed. 53.92 for St. Andrew. They're steaming. Clarendon in second, 55.23. St. Thomas in third, 55.48. There may be a new leader. There may be a new leader.
If they are participating in the relay, then please ensure that the So 400 meters coming up next. On the track with the heading there just now. So tell us what's happening on the track, Ruben, and then we come back.
So 4 by 100 meters relays to come, and then the medleys. We'll start the first of the 4 with the under 13 girls 4 by 100 meters. Coming in with a time of 53.46, we have St. Elizabeth. In lane number 7, they come in with a time of 52.82. That's Westmoreland. In lane number 7, they come in with a time of 52.47 seconds. That's Manchester. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 53.41. That's Clarendon. In lane number 4, they come in with the fastest time, 51.42. Make welcome St. Andrew. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 53.61. We have St. James. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 54.05. We have St. Anne. And rounding out the lineup, in lane number 1, coming in with a time of 54.05, St. Mary. So we're off and running. Lane number 5 getting a good start. That's Clarendon. St. Andrew goes chasing though in lane number 5. The change is made, and I think just marginally it's St. Andrew. Forget about that, as St. Andrew goes chasing from lane number 4. St. Andrew has run a fabulous second leg. On their outside, Manchester is going strong as well. We come to the final exchange now. St. Andrew, Manchester. The battle is on. Manchester, St. Andrew. Let's see as they come to the final 50 meters. St. Andrew versus Manchester. St. Andrew will win it from lane number 4. 51.33. The flash time. That is fast as well for St. Andrew. 51.37 confirmed now for St. Andrew. They keep winning. 51.37 St. Andrew in first. Manchester in second. 51.54. And third, Westmoreland, 52.36. The battle was between St. Andrew and St. Catherine. St. Andrew has thrown down the gauntlet. Can St. Catherine respond? So we're ready now for the boys under 13 4 by 100 meters. We'll start with lane number 8. They come in with a time of 51.94. Please make welcome Westmoreland. In lane number 7, they come in with the fastest time from qualifying, 49.63. Also make welcome St. Elizabeth. In lane number 6, they did 50.01. They are chasing championships. That's St. Catherine in lane number 6. On their inside, also chasing championships, it's St. Andrew who comes in with a time of 51.01. In lane number 4, they come in with a time of 50.73. Make welcome St. Mary. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 51.86. That's Kingston. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 51.94. Make welcome St. Anne. And rounding out the lineup, they come in with a time of 53.47 seconds. Make welcome Clarendon. That's the lineup for the boys under 13 4x100 meters. Gun sends them about their business. On the outside in lane 8, Westmoreland gets a good start. St. Catherine in 6 starts to respond. They're chasing championships. St. Elizabeth is yet to show. St. Catherine having a big leg here, but we're expecting St. Elizabeth to come back on the second leg, and come back they do. St. Elizabeth is right in the money. St. Catherine also there. Slow button change for St. Elizabeth, and that allows St. Catherine to have the advantage. St. Andrew on the inside is also steaming. The final exchange is now made. It's a battle between St. Elizabeth and St. Catherine. St. Catherine takes the front. St. Elizabeth in second and chasing, but no catching St. Catherine. St. Elizabeth in second, St. Andrew in third. The battle is on. The battle is hot. Who is leading? It's going to be interesting when we read out those point standings. St. Catherine, St. Andrew battling it out. But confirmation, St. Catherine the winners, 49.37 seconds. They are the winners. St. Elizabeth in second, 49.52. St. Andrew in third, 50.72. And Westmoreland came through for fourth at 50.89. Next event on track is the under 15 girls, 4x100 meters.
And then we once again want to remind all those wrestlers they got the medals by the track side for the 400 meters under 13 for boys, the 400 meters girls under 13, the 400 meters girls under 15, the 400 meters under 15 boys, the 400 meters boys under 150 meter girls under 9, the 150 meter boys under 9. The girls on the 11, the 40 meter boys on the 11, the 40 meter girls on the 13, the 40 meter boys on the 13, girls on the 15, 40 meters, 40 meter boys on the 15. Please, the representatives or the students and athletes, please allow them to come to trackside unless they are participating in the program, the relays round.
So let's go to the lineup for the under 15 girls. We'll start with lane number 8. They come in with a time of 54.17 seconds. Please make welcome St. James. In lane number 7, they come in with the second fastest time of 53.77. Please make welcome St. Catherine. In lane number 6, they come in with the fastest time of 53.49. That's St. Andrew. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 53.74. Manchester. In lane number 4, they come in with a time of 54.02. Westmoreland. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 54.43 seconds. St. Elizabeth. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 56.08. Hanover. And in lane number 1, they come in with a time of 56.01. Kingston. This one expected to be close between Manchester, St. Andrew and Kingston. They were the fastest in qualifying. And already in lane number 7, St. Catherine gets out to a good start. They know they need this win. Manchester is storming as well. St. Andrew is yet to show. St. Catherine might just be ahead. Might be disaster for St. Andrew as the button slows right down, and that allows St. Catherine to go ahead of everyone else. Manchester though is ranging up, and on their inside Westmoreland is in the battle. St. Catherine, Manchester is coming. St. Catherine, Manchester, Westmoreland in third. St. Catherine wins it from lane number 7. Manchester in second. Westmoreland in third. Oh my word. That might just change things as well. The battle is hot. The battle is hot. The winners, St. Catherine, 53.04. In second, Manchester, 53.35. And third, Westmoreland, 53.63. One more sprint relay to come. Then we go to the medleys. Oh my word. I think we can give you the lineup now. Let's go to the lineup. Lane number 8, coming in with a time of 51.32. Please make welcome Trelawney. In lane number 7, they come in with the fastest time, only sub 50 time in qualifying at 49.45. Make welcome St. Catherine. In lane number 6, they come in with a time of 50.74. Make welcome Westmoreland. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 50.47. Manchester. In lane number 4, they come in with a time of 50.81. St. Elizabeth. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 51.24. That's St. Anne. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 52.41. St. Andrew. And rounding out the lineup, in lane number 1, they come in with a time of 52.08. St. Thomas. That's the lineup for the under 15 boys, 4x100 meters. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Box 3 not ready. Well, box 3 is now ready. Box 3 is ready. Hold. Guns sends them off and running. This is a superstar team from St. Catherine, 49.45. They have the likes of Jayden Paley and Keelan Harris. The baton exchange is made now, and St. Catherine is away and running. on their outside. That's Trelawney. St. Anne also trying to come into the picture. The second exchange made now for St. Catherine. Smooth and sharp, and St. Catherine is away. St. Anne might be in second, but no doubting who is leading as they come to the final exchange now. On the inside, St. Anne trying to range up, but St. Catherine is ahead. St. Catherine ahead of St. Anne. St. Catherine will win this one relatively easily. St. Anne in second. Might be Westmoreland in third. The flash time 49.54 for St. Catherine. Confirmed now 49.54 for St. Catherine. And that was St. Elizabeth in second at 50.38. Westmoreland in third, 50.62. We'll get confirmation on that as we end the 4x1s. Only 2 races to come. That's the medleys, the sprint medley. And before we get to the sprint medley, we will give you some point standings. It is going to be interesting in terms of the point standings when we come back for the medley. We're now at the penultimate event. That's the girls' open sprint medley. 100, 100, followed by a 200 leg, and we close it out with a 400 leg. Let's go to the teams. In lane number 8, they come in with a time of 2 minutes, 10.37 seconds. St. Catherine. In lane number 7, they come in with the fastest time, 2 minutes 05.79. St. Andrew. In lane number 6, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 06.05. St. Elizabeth. In lane number 5, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 07.13. Trelawney. In lane number 4, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 09.62. Manchester. In lane number 3, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 10.56. Portland. In lane number 2, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 13.04. St. Anne. And in lane number 1, they come in with a time of 2 minutes 13.22. That's St. James. That's the lineup for the Sprint Medley Girls Open Finals. Over to you, Mr. Starter. It was a ding-dong battle in the 4x1s. Let's see how it goes in the medleys. On the outside, that looks to be St. Catherine with a storming first leg. St. Andrew on the inside trying to get back. St. Elizabeth also there. The second exchange made now, and we go into the 200 leg. St. Catherine ahead. Based on the stagger, it might be St. Elizabeth in second as they come around the bend. St. Catherine might just be leading. Let's see. As we get the exchanges, it's St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth, and then Trelawney in fourth. 400 leg here. St. Catherine ahead of St. Andrew, who goes chasing. 300 meters to come. And it's still St. Catherine ahead of St. Andrew. The athlete from St. Andrew moves to the shoulders of the athlete of St. Catherine. 200 meters to go, and St. Andrew takes to the front. St. Catherine in second. The gap opening up all the time. St. Andrew rounds that bend now and comes into the straightaway. They are ahead by a massive margin and looking to win this one. Here's Trelawney coming through, trying to challenge for second. She goes by her now. That's the athlete from Trelawney. St. Andrew is going to win it. Trelawney in second. Look at this. St. Elizabeth dives through for third. At the line, St. Catherine in fourth. And we have athletes collapsing all over the place. The athletes have given their all and have nothing more to give. That is going to be interesting.
We've got St. James in there. We've got Trelawney in there. We've got St. Thomas in there. We have St. Anne in there. Westmoreland, Manchester, Portland, St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. They're all in the top 10. And after this, I know the scores will definitely change.
Well, I'm telling you, it's close. It's very, very close. The championships has not yet been decided. I'm wondering if we can give the point standings with one event to come. I doubt we'll be able to give the 14. But let's give you the top 5 before we get to the final event on today. Top 5 in 5th position on 124.33 points. Manchester in 4th position on 153.5 points. Portland looking to have secured 3rd position for themselves. They're currently 3rd on 212.83 points. St. Elizabeth, oh my word, it is desperately close between the top 2. Desperately, desperately close. Top 2 now in 2nd position on 261 points with one event to come. St. Andrew leading on 266.83 points. St. Catherine only 5.83 points separates St. Andrew from St. Catherine. Less than 6 points in it. Oh my word. Let's give you the lineup for the final event. As we close out the national championships, we could not have asked for a closer championships. We really could not have. I think we have 9 teams in this one. So let's go with what we see on track. So in lane number 8, we have Westmoreland. In lane number 7, that's St. Andrew. In lane number 6, St. Mary. In lane number 5, current leaders, St. Catherine. In lane number 4, St. Elizabeth. In lane number 3, we have Portland. In lane number 2, that's going to be Clarendon. And rounding out the 8 in this final, that's St. Anne. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So we actually have 9 in the finals, as I suspected, Kingston being added to the finals. So Kingston, the 9th team in the finals. And they'll also contest the medley. Again, the distance is 400 to start, then 200, then another 200 leg, and we close out with an 800 leg. So Kingston being added as the 9th team in this finals.
So we've been told that Kingston, representatives from Kingston, is not in this race. So we're back down to 8. Over to you, Usain.
So Kingston. We're off and running for the final event of the JTA Sagicor National Championships. We still do not know who will win it all. Less than 6 points separates the 2 parishes at the top. It's all to run for in this finals. Also want to close this one out with a victory if you are St. Elizabeth or Westmoreland or St. Mary or Portland or Clarendon. As we come to the end of the first 400 leg, that might be St. Mary who has the ascendancy. St. Andrew trying to come back into it now. Let's see who makes the first exchange. St. Mary slightly ahead of St. Andrew. As we get into the 200 meters leg, St. Mary is chasing. St. Andrew, based on the stagger, is second. St. Elizabeth trying to get into the mix-up. St. Mary has a disaster there. Allows St. Andrew to go to front. St. Catherine hasn't shown as yet. They don't have this one wrapped up. Neither the race nor the championships. St. Andrew on the second 200 meters leg is storming and hoping they'll do enough to win it all. Not just this race, but the championships. St. Andrew ahead as we come into the 800 leg. St. Mary has come back into second. St. Elizabeth is third. Westmoreland looks to be fourth. St. Catherine at the back of the pack, but St. Andrew out in front. Less than 6 points separates the top two. St. Andrew is doing enough, doing all they can do at this point. 200 meters gone in the 800 leg, 600 to come. St. Mary in second. St. Elizabeth is ranging. Big first three legs. Can the man from St. Andrew hold on? As they turn into the straightaway, St. Mary goes to front. St. Andrew is trying to hold off St. Elizabeth. St. Mary. St. Elizabeth. St. Andrew. St. Mary ahead. Portland in fourth. St. Catherine looks to be fifth. Is there a turn up in the tails as St. Mary has gone decisively into front with 300 meters to go? St. Elizabeth is second. There's a dash on now by the athlete from St. Catherine to get close to St. Andrew. That is the battle on for championships. But with 200 meters to go, St. Mary might have done enough to win this one. The gap is 20 meters and widening. St. Andrew comes back into second now and passes the athlete from St. Elizabeth. St. Mary, though, is sprinting for home and looks strong. There'll be no catching him. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. 4 minutes 22:53 on the clock. St. Elizabeth is coming through for second, and St. Andrew will be third. There's a battle on for fourth here. Might just be Westmoreland for fourth, Portland fifth, and St. Catherine comes in for sixth. So St. Mary, 4 minutes 22.57 seconds. St. Elizabeth in second, 4 minutes 30.70. Third, St. Andrew, 4 minutes 32.40. Westmoreland indeed got fourth, 4 minutes 36.39. Portland in fifth, 4 minutes 36.52. St. Catherine in sixth, 4 minutes 42.62. What does that mean? What does that mean for championships? It was close going in. It was desperately close going in.
main presentation. Main presentation that will be coming up shortly. If I can get that list and call on these athletes to make their way to trackside. Alright. Alright. We're going to ask those persons who are not to be here by trackside to stay beyond. Go back into the stand for us. Please go back into the stand. And all of the people that are going to be making presentation that we're going to require in this sterile area. So if you're not making a presentation, I'm asking you to go into the stand right there beyond the yellow line. Right now, all the persons who are here, if you're not doing presentation, please go right behind the yellow wall. Stand right there. And in a due time, we will come back out to celebrate with your students. So, 800-meter girls open event. Sponsor is Showtime Ambulance Service. The following persons will be required: Christine Kennedy from Portland, Sincere Lewis from St. Catherine, Amara Morris from St. Elizabeth. That's the 800 meters girls open event. The 800 meters boys open event, sponsored by Showtime as well. The following persons: Isaac Downer from St. Anne, Lavani Wine from St. Elizabeth, Jamar Amos from St. Catherine. For the 4x100 meter girls under 9, the event is sponsored by Mothers. Manchester, St. Mary, Trinity team, please make your way. 4x100 meter girls under 9, come by and let us put you in the lineup so the medal presentation can take place to you. 100 meter boys under 9, sponsored by Mothers as well. Portland, St. Mary, St. Thomas. 4x100 meter girls under 11, JTA Cooperative Credit Union, the sponsor. St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. Catherine. The 4x100 meter boys under 11, JTA Cooperative is the sponsor. St. Andrew, Clarendon, and St. Thomas. So, only these persons that are called will be required to be in the sterile area here at trackside. We need some space down here. 4x100 meter girls under 13, sponsored by Tip Friendly Society, St. Andrew, Manchester, Westland. 4x100 meters boys under 13, by Tip as well, St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, Manchester. 4x100 meter girls under 15, Sagicor is the sponsor, and that will go to St. Catherine, Manchester, and Westland. 4x100 meter boys under 15, sponsor is Sagicor. The teams are St. Catherine, St. Anne, and Westland. Medley relay for girls, the JTA is the sponsor. St. Andrew, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth. And the medley relays for boys, JTA is the sponsor. St. Mary, St. Elizabeth, and St. Andrew. Alright, so I've called those. Please make yourselves available, or representatives from the various parishes, so that we can do the presentation ahead of the championship trophy that will be presented later on. Long jump open, the quick ball girls under 11, sponsored by Sagicor, Zoe Roberts from St. Anne, Dejoni Bailey from Clarendon, Kenoya Drummond from St. Elizabeth. Please make yourself available for the long jump open for boys. JT Cooperative Credit Union is the sponsor. Jacqueline Winnet from Manchester. Is that Omar Jones from St. Elizabeth? And Javiero Cameron from St. Mary. For the quick ball under 11 boys, sponsor is JT Cooperative Credit Union, Janine Ellison from St. Elizabeth, Eldina Brown from Westland, and Jordan Stewart from Portland. Make yourselves available, and we will line up accordingly for the medal presentation. Alright, in the meantime, let me call on the others, the 400 meters for boys under 13, JTA Cooperative Credit Union sponsor. Currently is standing by. Ashima Morrison from St. Catherine. If you're here, 400 meters under 13 boys. Where are you? We have third place, Ricardo Chambers from Portland. Aldane Smith from Manchester. Ashima Morris from St. Catherine. That's the 400 meters, boys under 13. So we're trying to make the presentation to these, and we'll make our way to the championship trophy to be presented later. JTA Cooperative Credit Union is also responsible for the 400 meter girls under 13. Sha'Carri Samuel from St. Andrew. Nisha Campbell from St. Catherine. And Amira Mumsey from St. Andrew. Meter under 15 girls, JTA Cooperative, Atalia Kusari from St. Catherine, Ashika Talbot from St. Catherine, Rohan Sargent from St. Andrew. 400 meters for girls under Rohani Sargent from St. Andrew. 400 meters under 15 girls. You're only to be by trackside if you're going to be collecting a medal. Other than that, please go into the stand. If you're making your way from your parish tent, please go into the grandstand. If you're making your way from east side, please make your way into the stand. So 400 meters under 15 girls, Rohani Sargent, Ashika Talbert, and Atalia Sunny. Atalia, right, from St. Catherine, St. Andrew. Reverend Marshall, we need to move them over now to the center of the field for medal presentation. Meters under 15 boys, sponsored as JTA Corp. Jaden Bailey, St. Catherine. Daniel Allen from Westmoreland. Jabori Morris from St. Elizabeth. Jaden Bailey, St. Catherine. Daniel Allen from Westmoreland. And Jabori Morris from St. Elizabeth for the 400 meters boys under 15 as well. So let's go with the medal presentation at this time. Medal presentation, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon announce the championship trophy, but right now we're getting through with some presentation. Let's go. The JTA Cooperative Credit Union, Berkeley White, the Public Relations Marketing and Public Relations Officer, is going to be doing that right now. Let's move on with the first presentation. And the first event is the 400 meter girls for under 13. But we're taking the boys first. 400-meter boys on the 13. In third position, Ricardo Chambers from Portland. Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it. In second position, we have Aldane Swift from Manchester. Come on, man, let's keep it going, let's keep it going, let's keep it going. Keep the excitement going, we're not done. In first position, we have Ashuna Morris from St. Catherine. JTA Composite Credit Union, the sponsor of this activity, of this event. So, they're going to be doing all the presentation in this area, 400 meters for under 13, boys and girls, as well as the under 15. We're moving quickly now. Alright, so we're taking now the girls, 400 meters girls for under 13, also sponsored by the JTA Composite Credit Union. In third position is Amira Munsi from St. Andrew. In second position is Nisha Campbell from St. Catherine. And we ask at this time, Mr. Nugent, if you're still nearby, come by trackside. And in first position, we have Nisha, that should be Shamira Samuels from St. Andrew. They pose for the final photograph. Then we move to the 400 meters under 15. Let's go. In third position, Royani Sargent from St. Andrew. 400 meters girls under 15. And in second position is Ashima.
So we're asking that the folks who are online, please stay online. There's some stuff being worked out now to confirm the winners. St. Andrew and St. Catherine close. There is let me say there's some stuff being sorted out now before we can confirm the winner. So please stay tuned.
Let's move on to the boys, 400 meters under 15 boys. In third position, Jacob Morrison is in third position. 400 meters under 15 boys. Second position, representing Daniel Allen from Westmoreland. And in first position, we have Jaden Bailey from St. Catherine. So may I invite over at this time, when I call your name, come on over to the greens for the 150. meter girls on the 9. The event is sponsored by Sagicor. May I invite the person that will be representing Sagicor to come on over? So in the 150 meter girls on the 9, the following persons please join me over on the greens. Natalia Muhammad from St. Catherine. 150 meters.
What's it?
Natalia Muhammad from St. Catherine. In second position is Dine or Diana Green from St. Mary. Mariam Pacey from St. Anne. 150 meters for girls on 9. If you do not come now, we're going to move on. I'm told that the total from Sagicor will be joining us shortly. 150 meters. Please come on over here to the greens. Marian is here, as well as Green from St. Mary. We're waiting on Natalia Horton from St. Catherine, or a representative. Asking the coaches to help us so that we can move quickly. We need a female representative for this event. A female representative. meter girls under 9. 150 meter boys under 9. 200 meter girls under 11. 200 meter boys under 11 and 200 meter girls under 13. 200 meter boys under 13. Same thing for the girls under 15. And 200 meter boys under 15. Let me go down the list. So 150 meters. We're doing the girls now. The presentation has been done by Nicole Campbell Robinson of Sagicor to the girls under 9. In third position we have Natalia Horton from St. Catherine. Step up for me, please. Third position. 150. Are you representing? 150 meters girls under 9. Third is Natalia Horton from St. Catherine. Second position is Diana Green from St. Mary. And first is Marian Pacey of St. Anne. We're the 150 meter boys under 9. You're here? Third position, Joshua. You're Joshua. All right. All right. Joel Daly, or Daly, from St. James. Joel. Number 2. In first position, Daniel Ball from St. Andrew. Daniel Ball from St. Andrew. And the event is sponsored by Sagicor, of course. So we're in place now. Joshua, hands up Joshua. Joshua. All right. Joel. Daniel. There you go. Step up in that couple, please. Third position. That was Joshua Burton. Joshua Burton from Westwood. In second position, Joel Bailey or Daly from St. James. Joel. In first position is Daniel Ball. First position, Daniel Ball. Step up. So Tip Friendly Society are here. Representative from Tip Friendly Society. Tip Friendly Society are here. For the under 11. Boys 200 meters and girls 200 meter boys under 11, 200 meter girls under 11. Tip? Anybody from Tip here? No. So let's call the Shamika Blanchard from St. Thomas for the girl, Arisha Henry from Clarendon, and then Toya Lindsay from St. Andrew. We have the boys ready? The boys are ready? Alright, so let's get the ball. Under 11, we have the winner of that category, Khalil Walford from Thomas. Khalil, that's you. The boys are here, and this is a Tip Friendly Society sponsored activity. Javier Wright is in third. Jamara Webb from Manchester is in second. Khalil Walford from St. Thomas, number 1. Let's do, Khalil is from St. Thomas, Jamara Webb is from Manchester, Javier Wright is from St. Andrew. Let's take the 200 meter girls on the 11 now. So in third position is Shamika Blanchard from St. Thomas. Second position is Arisha Henry from Clarendon. First position is Antoya Lindsay from St. Andrew. Let's take the other 13. On the 13 girls, Nisha Campbell, Denisha Graham, and Janique Nemard. St. Catherine, St. Thomas Trelawney. Nisha from St. Catherine, Denisha from St. Thomas, Janique Nemard from Trelawney. And we're inviting JTA President-elect, if you're here, for that last one I called, which is the 400 meters. So the Tip Friendly Society will be doing the 400 meters girls on the 13 and the boys on the 13. So we are down to JTA President-elect or President? President Mark, are you here? Please, if you can go 100 meters over this side for me, please. Alright, so the sponsor of this 200-meter girls are the 13. The girls are lined up. Mr. President is on his way over. $80-meter dash, Mr. President. Alright, so the president is here. Third position, Janine Demar from Trelawney. Second position, Demisha Grant from St. Thomas. In first position, Nisha Campbell from St. Catherine. Mr. President remains 400 meters. 200 meters boys on the 13. The following persons: Zodane Lewis from St. Anne, Jamar Jones from St. Elizabeth, and Ashuma Morrison from St. Catherine. If you do not come now, I'll move ahead with who I have. Zodane Lewis from St. Anne, Jamar Jones from St. Elizabeth, and Ashuma Morrison from St. Catherine. So once again, we're doing the 200-meter boys on the 13. It's sponsored by the JTA. Let's call on Zodane Lewis to step up. Zodane Lewis from St. Anne is not here, so we're going to move to number 2, Jamar Jones from St. Elizabeth. Step up for me, Jamar. And Ashuma Morrison from St. Catherine is number 1. I've been corrected, it's Asbo. Alright. He doesn't mind. All he wants to do is collect you. Let's move on to the under 15 boys. 200-meter girls, 200-meter girls under 15. Are you here? Come on over if you are. Sponsored by Mothers. Mothers representative, please come. Thank you, Mr. President. You can stay right within the vicinity though. 200-meter girls under 15. Mothers is the sponsor. Nasia Oates from St. James. Anne-Marie Walker from St. Andrew. Atalia Husseini from St. Catherine. And Mr. Seymour from Mothers is standing by to make the presentation. Mr. Sheldon Seymour is the managing director of Mothers. So in number 3, third position, Atalia Husseini from St. Catherine. Mr. Seymour is making the presentation. Second position, we have Anne-Marie Walker. Step up. Anne-Marie. And first position, Nasia Oates. And we're asking the boys to come by as well for the 200-meter boys under 15, also sponsored by Mothers. Dejon Brown from St. Mary, Malik Mason from Manchester, and Kellan Harris from St. Catherine. We're getting there, we're getting there. The point standing is quite interesting. So let's go. In third position, on the stand. 200 meters boys under 15, sponsored by Mothers. Dejon Brown, St. Mary. Malik Mason from Manchester in number 2. And in first position is Kellan Harris from St. Catherine. Alright, so we're just doing a query here. There has been a protest. And because of that, we kind of slows down here now. So please just allow me a few minutes to get some information and I'll pass it on to you shortly. So the medley relays, there is a challenge. And so because of that, there will be also a challenge to the figure at the end of the day. So please stand by. We are doing the query and clarification so that we can know how to proceed. is the sponsor. Showtime, are you here? Meters. Do we have a short time representative? Yes, I see her coming. The boys are ready. The girls are in place. Let's go. All right. So Casey Evans representing short time. She's in place. For the girls, Chrisani Kennedy from Portland in number 3. Second position we have Sincere Lewis from St. Catherine. In first position we have Omaria Morris from St. Elizabeth. So reminding you that there is a protest. We're waiting on clarification for the final results, that there has been a protest, and so some intervention is being done at this time so that we can have the final results.
So, there's a phone at the announcer's tent. So if you're missing a phone, please come to the announcer's tent. Might be your phone.
We didn't get that.
There's a phone right at the announcer's tent. So if you're missing a phone, please come to the tent. There's a phone at the phone. There's another one. So there's a second phone. So 2 phones. So if you're missing a phone, we have 2 phones at the announcer's tent. You can come and check if it's yours.
Alright, so if you missed your phone, then you should go by and check it out. Alright, so we're continuing with the 800 meters now for boys. Short time is also the sponsor. Let's go. Jamar Amos from St. Catherine is in position number 3. Second position we have Lavani Wine from St. Elizabeth. And in first position is Isaac Downer from St. Anne. So we're moving on to the 4x100 meter girls under 9. Are you here? Under 9 girls, 4x100 meters. Okay. So teams are Trelawney, St. Mary, and Manchester. The event is sponsored by Mothers. Thank you, Short Time. And the Mothers is also on for the boys under 9. Then we'll move to the 4x1 after that. The Mothers is on for the 4x100 meter girls under 9 and the boys under 9 as well. Mothers, in place. Let's call on the teams. Trelawney is in position number 3. St. Mary is in position number 2. And Manchester in position number 1. So number 3 step up on the stand, Trelawney. Trelawney athletes, use of the stand. And mothers is the sponsors once again. Trelawney. Presentation being made. Step up number 2. That's St. Mary. Step up. And Manchester number 1. So we're completing the 4x100 meters. Girls under 9, and the boys are up next. Also sponsored by mothers. Under 9 boys. So boys 4x1 under 9. St. Thomas, St. Mary, Portland. St. Thomas, St. Mary, Portland. Thank you so much. Mothers, with that presentation being completed, stand up and let's do a group shot. Thank you so much. Go in the direction of that side, please. Go that direction, that direction. Girls. Let's take the boys now. Let's take the boys. So the boys are here for the 4x100 meters under 9, still sponsored by mothers, St. Thomas, St. Mary, Portland. Third position is St. Thomas. St. Thomas, please step up. St. Thomas, step up for please. Second position is St. Mary. Second position, St. Mary. And if you could be assisted by the coaches when you're coming by for the medal presentation, those that they have already received, please take it from them and put it up so that they receive fresh ones and not confusing what they already have around their necks. So that's St. Thomas in third, St. Mary in second, Portland number 1. So we're going to 4x100 meters girls, under 11, and boys as well. St. Catherine on the 11 people, we need you. So throw by 100 meter girls and boys coming up next. The sponsor is JTA Cooperative Credit Union. Mothers, thank you so much. So let me call out St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. Catherine for the 4 by 100 meter girls. And for the boys, 4 by 100 meter boys, we have St. Andrew, Clarendon, St. Thomas. So we have the girls in place.
It's on.
So reminding you that I'm awaiting information that we
Testing.
have clarified all the
Testing 1 2.
results
Testing 1 2.
and scores that
I get through.
accordingly so that we can get to the championship trophy. In first position is St. Andrew. Anybody here from Tip Friendly Society? Anyone here from Tip Friendly Society? Thank you so much, Gavin. All right, so we're going to the under 13 now.
Excellent stuff.
All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the boys. Still sponsored by Tip Friendly Society. Director Hendricks. So in third position, we have St. Andrew. Step up on the St. Andrew. In second position is St. Elizabeth. Go ahead and make the presentation to St. Elizabeth. In first position is St. And remember, the champion boy and girl, Sagicor indicated to you that there are four that have done well in the anniversary activity. We will hear about that later. activity. They will come back to Sagicor for the next event. Five, four, three. Team Manchester. So Team Manchester receiving their medals, and this will be followed by Team St. Catherine. 4x100 meter girls under 15, sponsored by Sagicor. Yohan Keys making the presentation. I'm counting. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The girls are now out. Thank you very much. Mr. Keys, remain for the next presentation. So we're moving on to the boys in the under 15 category. Westmoreland